everybody. It is Thursday, December 8th, and we've got ourselves a open drive hire and basically what we call a ramp and camp. We're not going anywhere, and I'll show you why. We're in a very busy part of the chart, and there's probably not going to be a lot of trades. So rather than just sit here and watch it, do nothing. I figured it might be helpful to use the afternoon to talk about some of the things that I'm looking at when it comes to my tools. The algo I'm using is an execution tool that was introduced to me by my coach, Simon. Simon runs a trading room. There is a entry fee, a monthly fee for the trading room, but you have access to some pretty neat tools that you can. If you just want to use it the way Simon does, you just have to be a regular member. If you want to customize it like I do, you need to be a premium member. But you can email Simon to ask anything about the room and even get 5 free days in the room to see what we're doing. You just got to email him at trade, the letter N, perform@gmail.com. And let him know that you follow me and that I said you'd get a free week in the room, and he'll let you come in and watch and see what we're doing. If you want to see more of what my trade ideas are, you can follow me on Twitter at RedBenTrader. So let's see. We're going to take a look. So this is NQ. Like I said, a very busy chart because at the moment we are in an area with a ton of levels. So let me show you the actual chart here. Even this one's a little bit busy, but here's what's going on. So Tuesday we had the trend day down, and this was a meltdown trend day down. So if you look, this was the open, and it was open drive lower, right? Notice how we broke right through these purple pivots. They didn't even pause in the first couple. That's a clear sign that there's momentum in the market, right? And so right away you have to know that you're not in balance as soon as you're breaking through those. You don't trade at them. You just use them to identify that, right? And then once you get through them, if they come back into it and reject, same with the voodoo range levels or even any of these fibs, just like this, it gets you set up for a good location to look for a trade. So like here too, see how the fib landed right next to the voodoo range level? It couldn't quite make it to the VR level because it ran into this fib. And remember, that fib is drawable like in the morning. You can draw that anytime you want. And this is probably, I think I moved it because that's actually where we want it. So there we go. Yeah. So this one lined up because it should be to it's got a lot of volume there, so that high became important, and it corresponds over here too. It takes you a little while to kind of get used to seeing that, but eventually you can find some pretty good levels. And then remember, you anchor the other half on a voodoo range level. Which one doesn't totally matter, but eventually you figure out which one is like the fulcrum of the orbit, and then you know for sure that's the right one. So Tuesday there was just an active seller constantly on the offer, like offer, and literally all day until the last hour. You can see, if you look, this is the 30-minute chart of NQ. If you look how we can't close a 30-minute bar above the previous 30-minute bar. That's really rare to get that throughout the entire day. The only period that closed above, it didn't, even the NP, like all the way through the entire day, not a single 30-minute bar closed above the high of a previous bar. So what does that tell us? It tells us there was an active seller that was insistent on getting out at any price. Simon was talking, my coach in the room was talking this morning about how what you usually see, even if there's an active seller, is they will sell, and then once they start to have a sense of like maybe another player in the market trying to buy, they'll act the same seller, right? Because they're using a lot of capital. These are big firms, right? Big institutions. Those same sellers will actually lift the offer on purpose just to test and see if there's anybody out there waiting for a buy, and then as soon as those other players follow them in, they will hammer the bid again, right? Right. So that's typically what you see. On Tuesday, that didn't happen. We never had anybody lifting the offer, like, and they had many opportunities. If you look how close they got to closing over some of these 30-minute bars, they could have easily squeezed back through here. And you have to, it's really hard, but you can't just look at what the market's doing. I know that's like the first step, right? Trade exactly what the market's doing, and that's a really good idea, to be aware of what the market's doing and only trade in the direction the market's going. But you also have to recognize what's not happening that normally does, and that takes some screen time. It takes experience to know, is this normal or not? And a good example of that is when you get this close to the high of a previous 30-minute bar, or you even overtake the high of a 30-minute bar, but you can't close above it, and you've got this huge seller in the market, it's not a good day to buy, right? So pretty much all of our longs were failing Tuesday, and it was rough. We had to know to turn it off, right? Because normally the longs work if you just be patient enough, and they just didn't work until the very end of the day. Now, thankfully, we did catch most of this move, not the whole thing, but most of it. So, like, that worked out, but that was almost luck, to be honest, because what we probably should have done that day was just shut it down, because nothing was working, right? So in a way, I even though like this helped, it's like we probably should have shut it down way back here rather than trying here and then kind of lucking out and getting our money back. So all of us were a little bit like kind of shocked by that. We're like, wow, we haven't seen that in a long time. You know, usually the longs don't get totally smashed. This is interesting information. So not surprisingly, the next day we got a balance day, and that's totally normal. And I mentioned in yesterday's stream how I bought calls as we race back up here, because I thought this area would be pretty easy to retrace to. And when we went down overnight and then opened back in range here, if you see, the range was here. The low was here. We opened back in range. I actually decided to hold those calls, because I'm like, look, if that low holds, we're in good shape. Well, we spiked up after that dip, and I felt the need to get rid of some of them, and so took profits. And then because of that, I actually totally ignored this spike into the purple pivot, and I just didn't draw it. I didn't see it, and so I just held the calls all day long, and they expire like Friday or Monday, right? It's like, it's not what you want to do. And so they gave me the chance to get out break even late in the day around here, and I went ahead and took the rest, actually for a small loss because of theta, which was frustrating. But my thinking was, you know, I really should have gotten out up here. It was a mistake to not exit those calls, and if we do take out this low overnight, it's going to be big trouble, right? Well, overnight we tried to take out the low and bounce on the voodoo range level. See that? And then it ripped through the whole day's range right before opening. And so when we dipped here, the right thing to do was to actually get the calls back right at the spot that I bought them. I didn't do it, but thankfully I did catch a piece of the move back up on futures. I was not prepared for the possibility that we might get this deep. Once I saw this, I was just like, well, I guess I was wrong closing my position, and that's fine. I'm not wrong, but like the results are not going to work out. It was the right decision at the time because you didn't know what was going to happen. But given where we were opening, I'm like, okay, that would have been nice to still hold those calls. Oh well, right? Let's focus on futures trading today. And so it's totally missed this, but like I said, did catch a piece of this in futures. So then you can see it came up and it broke right through this voodoo range level and then pulled back and retested it. That kind of action is indicative of momentum. So you want to stick with it. Now, where we started to have problems, I'm not even going to call them problems, where we started to need to rest was when that momentum move stalled at the voodoo range level, right? It couldn't break out of this purple pivot. See that? That shouldn't happen when there's lots of momentum. So it basically means momentum was out of gas and we needed to refuel. So we came back down, we tested this purple pivot, which makes a ton of sense considering that was yesterday's high. Then we got a long back up, and but made some mistakes. Let's just say I'll show you later, but I didn't do as well there as I should have, um, and I had the short set up, but was seeing this as trend day up, so I skipped it. Um, and that's, you just have to live with those decisions. It did set up short again, but I was looking for the long, and then realized that because we're sitting right on top of yesterday's high and the overnight highs from Tuesday night, that we're going to probably chop in here for quite some time, and they're going to want to take this low out and see if we can re-auction this open. If I had to guess, I actually think we're going to come down a bit. It's possible that the shorts got so stuck down here that that won't happen. And if the voodoo range here holds, it could just rocket, right? You have to assume that there's a chance at any time, basically, whenever you get an open like this, where you dip all the way down and then close basically at the high, that once they come into that range, there could be a buyer just waiting, right? So when you, knowing all that, that's like the big picture, right? Now we can go to the algo and we can look for execution, what's it called? Like triggers, right? Now, and so notice I've got a lot of levels on in here, right? Many of them are from other charts, including the profile. So every day in the morning, we look at the profile and we find market profile and volume profile levels that might be important for trading. And you can see that we just have a ton of them. There's an anomaly there. There's a low volume node, right? And then there's single prints above us. There's just lots going on the profile. There's an what's it called? A prominent POC here. That deserved taking a look at, right? And then you have these big zones with like nothing, right? Just nothing at all. Like now we've got remember we didn't have this day, right? I drew it this morning, so it looked like this, right? But you can see that we got into this area where there's just tons and tons of levels that are important on the profile, and so it makes sense that we would build some not only volume but also just we would build some structure here. But notice that actually would create a P profile if we can't break out of the high. And it wouldn't surprise me if we've already seen the high of day, because there was excess. If you look up here, there's excess, and it was right into a previous low volume node, and that low volume node produced a anomaly yesterday. So, 2 days ago. The low volume node itself is from way back here, further. Right there. That one is where it's I think it was actually earlier than that. It's been consistently important, one way or another. And like I said, now I've been like hiding it and then bringing it back, because every other day we put like an anomaly there or something. So I've been repeatedly using it. And if you look close, that was the high of the day. You see that? That little tiny important zone is the excess now. So what I can basically do is I can change this to red, because now rather than LVN, where is it? I forget. Nope. Oh, is it 8? Ha. Okay. So now it'll be red, which is excess. So and excess basically means we went all the way beyond anywhere. It's the only period that traded in that area, and that became the high, right? So, and you can see there's very little volume up there, but someone obviously bought up there, and then we haven't been able to return. Every time we try to come up, we get lower and lower. So it looks like a P, right? But see how there's this little anomaly down here, this little chunk that's like missing? We're going to go down and we're trying to repair that right now. And it might not look perfect, but if we can, even in the next period, we'll probably have to go down through it again. But look how this previous high is being used as structure at the bottom of the P. It's very normal. But what usually happens is you get another test and then reject. That's usually what happens on a trend day. And then it becomes a double distribution, right? But sometimes it's trend up in the morning, consolidate, distribute, right? And the reasons for that happening tend to be because you have a lot of resistance, basically. You've got pressure up here. And remember, there was a guy 2 days ago that insisted on selling all day long and never let up. So he's getting an opportunity to sell again. And if he's still interested in selling, he was able to hold the market down all day on Tuesday, right? We don't know if he just turned the machine off for a day and now waited for this level and is back at it. We don't. That's possible, right? Until we break over him and trap him, we're not going to know for sure. And if you look that day, that POC is the prominent POC, and that's why that's still marked green. The blue is previous days. The green is a prominent one that's still important. So if now knowing all that, right, these levels should make a little more sense. Not the lines, but the shaded areas. So this is that prominent POC. And what are we doing? Well, we're re-auctioning it. See how we go back and forth through it? It's not going to necessarily be a good place to enter trades. It's going to have a bunch of sloppy, choppy action around it. And then notice this is that excess. It's just this tiny little wick up here is all that is. That little excess is just that tiny little wick, right? And they shifted volume down. They broke right through this LVN the first time. See that? And then they came back up, retested it, and rejected. So you could say like, well, that looks like distribution. And I would agree, right? And that's why I said I would not be surprised to see this low get taken out. But initially, we did get along here. When it trapped back in, it's just, oh, I'm looking at the wrong chart. Ha, this is the 40 tick. I was like, I know we got it, but I don't see it. Okay, so the level that that's a higher time frame. The level that I'm actually trading is 24. So it's here, you can, we'll do the same thing real quick. So here's so we're re-auctioning the green prominent point of control. We put in excess. See that big wick? And then we got all of these signs of aggression. I'm not going to explain every little color and signal, but just know that everything but the purple and pink basically is just different ways to look at aggression. And the purple and pink is pretty much the opposite of that. It's a lack of any conviction. Like orders getting pulled and mark up or mark down, right? So we got the excess up here. They came down, and you can see they went through the LVN. They filled it in. They repaired the LVN. And then once we got under this prominent point of control and developed volume down here, they came back up to the LVN. They went through the prominent point of control, tagged the LVN, and rejected. And you can see we got aggression signals all the way through here, right? And so that's a sign that if you want to be scalping short, like you've got location, you've got the execution signal, and then you've got structure to support you, right? You've gotten your excess already, so you're not fighting a momentum. You've got a range that is tradable, right? You're not trading like this. Don't short this, right? Like this one, I don't even get a signal on because I just don't mess with this, right? I'm fine shorting this one. And if you want to see this as a retest, that's cool. Then short up here and put your stop up here. Don't wait for the breakdown, in my opinion. And much better if you want to short that area, wait until you get the aggression with it, right? And that's why I use the algo. Now keep in mind, this is super complicated, right? Everyone in the room is using something a lot simpler, and they don't even use the indicators. Like I've added all that too, right? So they're just looking at this, and it's all still there. You just have to draw it, right? You can still see it, and the stars are still there, and all of that is still there. Oh, this is ES. Let's see, we want 24. Yeah, so everything is all the same here structurally, and you've still got the stars, right? And you've still got the orange bars. It's all there, right? But I've added additional things that I watch for, and then I've added all the levels, and you can see that it gets really, really busy when we get this choppy. And that's a sign for me to generally not trade. So, like I said, that's why I decided, hey, let's take a break here because I don't want to mess with this big messy area. Now, the other thing I've been adding are these horizontal lines, right? And that's a new idea. I'm just experimenting with it. Introduced it to everybody this week. I've been working on it for the last couple weeks. It uses this indicator to identify important support and resistance zones. I am not going to go into too much detail about how to write them, because how to draw them, because I've already done that in previous streams. So if you notice that the white ones work really well, it's because they're off of a higher time frame. They're using the 40 tick or the 80 tick to draw them. Like here, this one was drawn here, and you can see that they're trying to use it now to bounce. I haven't. This one really got under it, so that wasn't really a good enough signal. The green and the red ones are from this small time frame, and so what those are going to do is not necessarily produce like walls to trade. Like they're not gonna act like a wall. But if I can get my trade that already lined up on the bigger picture to also align with the red or the green lines. So for instance, this short gets more, I'm more confident with it, right? Because not only on the big picture does everything make sense to get short there, but also on this little picture, touching this red line after giving it up, so retesting it like that and then rejecting it with aggression, it's going to work a lot. In fact, this one interacted with it too, so that would be also good. But it's an easy way to say like why I don't want to trade short here, because it's got, well, I guess that technically there's another red line here, so you could say that if you wanted continuation, you could try to take it. But notice that we haven't gotten any volume underneath it. As soon as they got underneath it, they just immediately chop back up, right? So it's not useful yet. We're still using this one. And then the green line, you can see, was being used earlier. But then because we got volume above it, see that? We got the yellow line here above it on a bullish bar. And then they came back in and retested it and retested it. But then the yellow line got underneath it, right? And they rejected. See how here they held it, right? But then they rejected it. And so now what they're trying to do is reclaim it, but most likely they're going to get stuck right here because they've already given up the green line. They're just trying to save the red one. But when you have them this close together, what you get is this really choppy mess that's really difficult to trade, and it's not recommended unless you're like looking for 5 points on NQ. So usually we're going to come back up here, and we're either going to, if we get to the red, I'd be very surprised. Usually we're going to reject out of the prominent point of control now because we've been renegotiating it. And see, they did it here. And now they're going to want to come back up and make sure, or do we still have sellers there? So it's not a huge surprise that this little trap works, right? It's just that I wouldn't take it because there's too many levels up here. And we don't really know which ones are going to be active and which ones aren't. But they've clearly given up this area, right? And if I have levels there and we've gotten that yellow line where all the volume is, or even see this little dashed line, that's the other slower way to think about volume. And again, I'm not going to go into all the signals, but just once you've gotten that under your resistance, the chances are it's going to come back up, test it, and reject. So if you think, I do watch price, but I'm primarily looking at this yellow line here to see where all the volume is in the Renko bar, and then I'm comparing that to where we've put volume in on a higher time frame, which is this dashed line. So if we get too far away, if the yellow line in price gets too far away from this dashed line and we're under resistance, the resistance will act as resistance more often than not. So let's see. Like I said, it's not super tradable right now because it's so choppy, right? So this isn't going to be a perfect example. Like it might not work beautifully. Like we might get like down, up, down, rip, and then fall. That's what I mean by sloppy. Like it's not going to be easy. But my guess is they're going to give this up. If I had to guess, like I said, you don't really know though. But it appears to me like they gave it up, and now we're just coming back up to re-auction it. And usually they're gonna sell it. And like I said, this is technically an entry signal. That's a sign of aggression at support at this white line, which is off the higher time frame. It's stronger than the red and the green ones. So it makes sense that they would bounce here, but I didn't want to buy it because we're trading right into this big, like, I don't even know what to call it, like this mess, right? We're trading into the mess, and it's a distribution pattern at the moment. So yeah, it could be like a bull flag, and maybe you could just rip right through it, but that's not usually how it works. Not after giving it up like this. where you trade above it, put in excess, re-auction it, get below it, and then retest, get below it, right? Usually it's retest, fail. Usually. So I'm not going to guess and say like this is going to be the one that doesn't do what normally happens. Now, but technically, the opposite argument here is that is probably good enough, right, for a good trade. So if you're okay with that, and you would have gotten out there anyway, then it's a buy, right? I don't want to tempt. I don't want to be buying in spots where I know that I'm approaching an area where I would like to be a seller. It's really hard to flip back and forth like that because when you're in the position, the long position here, and like you have to decide like when should I exit, and it's really easy to get kind of distracted and completely miss the better trade. So here we go. So see how they tested into that prominent point of control and now they're trying to reject? Oh, they also had divergence here. See that? That would have been a reason to take the long too. Oh, it would have helped. See how this is going higher and this is going higher, but price wasn't? Price was going lower. So that gives you the, like, it's not a trade entry, but it gives you the gas to like push. It suggests that the sellers that are selling at the lows are not as committed as the sellers up here. So price wants to go back and make sure those other guys are still on the same team. Like, because you got to understand, like, the market is very deceptive, right? The same person, the same trader who was doing all the selling can actually flip and start buying again. And they may have just been trying to push price down to get a cheaper price to get long, right? That happens. You can call it manipulation if you want, but it's just markets. Like, that's just the way it goes. You've got the big players can just push around the market when volume isn't super high or when they see an opportunity. They're gonna use their strength. You know, their strength is their size. They're gonna exploit it, right? It's an edge. Size is an edge if you know how to use it. And so if you can move the market a little bit, yeah, you're gonna, and you want to be long, and you see that there's distribution, you're probably going to go ahead and sell down here to see if you can convince anyone to sell. And then when there's no sellers, just pile on the offer over and over and over again, you know, like so that anybody that followed you in gets totally smashed. Now my edge is not size, right? I'm trading a very small size of contract. I can't trade that way. So I need to find a different edge, knowing that there's that other trader that is using that technique. So I know that the big institution that wants to get long down here is probably going to sell to make it look like there's a seller in the market. But then once we get to their level, whether it's 11,598 or anything else, because it bounced right off the Voodoo Range level, right? If that was the level they were looking at and they start buying it, what's going to happen when we get back up to the spot where they were pretending to be sellers? It's gonna fail to reject, right? Because they're still buying. So rather than sell just when they sell and buy just when they buy, which kind of works, but you don't really know when it's them and when it's not. Instead, you can identify where someone was selling, and you can say, look, I don't know if they're going to sell this again, so I don't really want to chase them down here and then just hold as they pull back. But if I don't get involved here for the scalp, and they come back and they're still active up here, they're still aggressively selling the area, I can follow them in and be a little bit more confident that since they've already made the retrace and now they're still aggressive, that we're probably going to take these lows, because this was probably the deceptive move. They were actually sellers buying it up back to their sell point to see if anyone wanted to follow them, and now when there's no more buyers, they turn the sale back on, right? You don't know which way it is. So your only choice is to follow them, not as they're making the moves, but after they've made the potentially deceptive move, you wait for them to come back into their
the area that they were defending before, and see if they defend it again. I hope that makes sense. It's if you know about auction theory, it should make sense. If you don't know about auction theory, learn about auction theory. um, because it's just it's just there. It's gamesmanship, but you can do it. You know, it's just the way it works. It's the market's just people trying to use their edge to exploit everybody else. So for every, in my opinion, the reason why I don't say that the big players putting money on the wrong side of the market is manipulation is because if you want to call it manipulation, it sounds like it's cheating, like they can't be beat. And the truth is that technique, there's a way to exploit that, right? Which is to not participate when you don't know if they're really interested, and instead wait for the retest, right? So the fact that there's a way to exploit it tells me that that's not really manipulation. It's not. In other words, like, I mean, it might be deceptive, but it's not unfair. It's fair. It's just the way they're trading. You can buy even though you plan on selling higher. We do it all the time. I sell here even though I just want to be a buyer down here. That's not manipulation, right? People say it's manipulation because they have so much power with the strength of that they can move the market. But the only reason that you think that is because there's other people trading breakouts, and so they see that little push and they follow it, and so you're like, oh, it was deceptive. Like, now they're coming back up here and they just wanted to buy it down there. They made me buy it or sell it. It's like, you didn't have to use the breakout strategy, man. That's your choice to try to use a breakout strategy, right? Like, they're just exploiting you. So rather than selling the breakdown, if you think that's what they're doing, if you know that whatever you want to call it, that deceptive movement where they're going to sell with just the plan on when they intend on buying it right back again, then just don't sell. Right? That's why buy the dip works, you guys. It's because the people who were selling for years and years and years, most of them weren't really interested in being short. They were just selling to see how low they can get it, and then they pile on later. So, I don't know. It's a soapbox, but when it's a pet peeve when people say, like, oh, big institutions are manipulating the market. It's like, dude, if big institutions weren't in the market, this market would be completely untradeable, because every one of my techniques relies on big money being in the market. If institutions aren't trading, I don't want anything to do with that market, right? Like penny stocks and stuff. Like, I don't want to be in a market where there are no big institutions that I can trust will try to make money by exploiting their size. Like, that's a benefit to know that they're doing that. It's a benefit to us to know that they're in the market, because it makes these retests so it means that this move potentially creates a bigger move over here, because one of these, or vice versa, it means that if you want to go look at it, if you want to do it from a higher time frame, here let me go to the 80 tick where I've got Simon's, so it'll be easier to see here. What? Yeah. So this is a big picture, right? So imagine that there's a guy that wants to be a buyer, right? But he doesn't want to buy up here. He wants to buy down here. Okay? So, and like I said, I'm talking institutions. They're guys who can, like, have enough power to, like, push the market around a little bit. So what they can do, if they want to be a buyer down here, like they didn't get filled, right? What they can do is, as soon as they start to see some distribution, they can actually start selling. Even though they don't plan on staying short, they can sell to help the market push back down to support. And then once it gets here, they're going to turn their sell off. Their sell program just gets turned off. And it takes, like retail, a while to figure that out. As well as it actually takes, like, algos and stuff, like high frequency algos, a while too. And eventually what ends up happening is people try to buy, and the guys who were waiting to buy back here, as soon as they saw a sign of aggression, turn on the buy program. right? And then all of a sudden, everyone realizes that this entire move was deceptive, and that while there's people call it fake, but it's not fake. There were real sellers here who are now going to get squeezed, right? It's real. It's not fake. It's real, right? Here, we can even do it without the. Let me hide the. Okay, so it's real. It's just deceptive, and it's not illegal. It's just it's exploitable. In fact, right? If I know that when I see this pattern, the chances are this was deceptive, and that anybody who sold in here is probably now going to get squeezed by the same guy that did this because he didn't get filled back here, so he was able to push the market down, help everybody sell, and he doesn't have the thing that people don't understand. You don't have to sell all the way. All you have to do is sit your offer up here and not pull it when it comes back. Because that's just how everyone trades. We look for distribution and accumulation patterns, right? So like I said, if you're that institution, imagine you can trade I don't know, lots of 600 over and over and over again, right? Because you just have tons of money. And you wanted to get long here. You thought it was going higher, but you didn't get filled. They started ripping before you got all your orders in. And you've got clients who are like, look, I want to get long this market, and I expect to get long at 11,600, right? Or lower. And so you're like, fuck, okay, well, I'm going to have to get down there, but otherwise I'm going to get fired. So I'm going to use your money that you want to be long down here. I'm going to use your money to sell here when they come back up, because they inevitably will since it's bullish. And then I'm going to stand my ground here with that money, and I'm going to sell until someone else follows me. And then as soon as they try to bring the market back up, I sell more because I have basically unlimited funds. So here, sell more. Here, sell more. Right here, sell more. I get into the level that my clients want their money, that want their long, and I accumulate on all these drops. Buy. Eventually, someone tries to buy out of here, and then someone gets trapped selling it, and I'm like, fuck, I'm not full. I have to get long. Zoop, all the way up to 11,600. Now I'm full, right? And the market can just go, because all of this selling was just me sitting on the offer, making sure that no one longing got paid. So all the shorts get paid as long as they get out at support. So I don't know if that makes sense. If someone doesn't understand it, let me know. But that's just the way the market works. It's not manipulation. It's just deceptive practices by big institutions. So remember, rather than getting upset about that and the fact that like they have that edge and we don't, think about what the exploitation is of that, right? When you know that that's happening, it means that when you get this accumulation and you get these little spikes that then can't take out lows, and they get a response from that, right? What I'm saying is when you get that pattern after this, see the difference there? Huge difference between this price action and this price action. When you get this price action here, where you had, the same accumulation before, we got under it, and they just keep doing it, you don't get... See, look at the difference between this and then the fractal here, right? Someone was trying to accumulate here, and they got absolutely smashed, right? Someone tried to accumulate here, and they got absolutely smashed. Someone tried to accumulate here, and they didn't get smashed, right? Instead, they broke over all these highs, and they broke over these important levels here, right? See how this white line it's been good for a long time. So they came right up to this one, right? And now they're just pausing. So is it possible that the same guy who was buying this morning is still buying now? Yeah, it is, right? But it's also possible that the exact opposite. And that's the challenge, is that it's also possible that the guy that was selling 2 days ago let the market lift because he didn't want to sell down there anymore. He wanted to sell up here, right? So we don't know which side it is. We don't know. And that's why you can't just sell whenever he sells and buy whenever he buys. Instead, you need to wait for that sign of aggression. So if I want to know if there's still a seller in the market at this prominent point of control, I can't sell it until I get an aggressive sign on a retest. So when they do this, I'm not selling, right? When they break right through it, it's like, c'est la vie. I'm not going to lose any money trying to fight you, right? Like that sell, that level was not defending. It's just simple as that, right? Unless they take it right now. Then it just wasn't defended. So it's okay to trade above it, but see this yellow line? That yellow line needs to stay in or below it. A pink bar would actually be okay, but this has to be bearish or pink. Otherwise, it's not selling off. If it is bearish or pink, we may have a trade setup. But again, choppy, messy area to trade with all sorts of micro composite levels that could act as support. It's not great location wise, right? But could you get 10 points? Yeah, probably, right? If they reject it with aggression. Notice on the lower indicator we got above the neutral zone. That rarely happens when it's bearish. So that's a reason actually to be very cautious and to wait for the next retest. And I actually might do just that. Let's see if this is even an aggressive bar. Okay, so the arrow, yep, okay, good. So they got an aggressive bar, but look, it's purple. So I'm going to wait for a retest and see what they do there. The purple bar suggests that there's buyers pulling their orders on the order book. And that's not always bearish. It's just a lack of buyers, right? So there was an aggressive short in there, but he's actually vulnerable to get trapped here. So I want to see them reject this, like, and not just buyers disappear, but sellers actually follow through. The little arrow just means the momentum shift, and that's kind of, you can see it. It's not a complex signal. It's just one of my own. But when they get trapped like this, see how this one is underneath price action? That creates the possibility for this to be support. And it makes shorts not work anymore. So that's another reason to be very cautious here, actually. I didn't see that. This is a problem for shorts. Shit, I did not see that. Dang. This might go higher, you guys. I did not see that. And that makes this buy a lot better, even though it's choppy. Shoot. Okay, so maybe they're just going to rip it higher, and that's fine. It does make sense. This is going to be really hard to trade through. I did not see that. And look at how they're sitting right on it. Let's see if this is a star up or a green bar. It actually might be worth a buy. It's just I hate buying breakouts, but we're sitting right on top of that trap seller. This guy's now trapped. And actually this green bar also has a trap seller on it. They're trying to make this new support. I don't know if it's going to work, right? They might roll it over. But they're trying to make this new support. That's what those signals are basically saying. They've got sellers stuck at the lows here. So if this is the new low of the next move, that would make a lot of sense. It's just that they've got all this resistance up here, so it's also possible that we just like chop, do nothing. So I can't just buy at the location. I need to see someone push it, right? It needs to, and remember, the signals only count when we close the bar. So this yellow star is not yet confirmed. That will only be there if we close it at 11/6/1925. We need to see a bullish bar and a white star show up when they close. Just like you saw with this one, we didn't see all the signals until it's closed. But once it's closed, it won't go away. But this star could still disappear because it's live. So that's important to understand. It gives me a warning that they might be there if it closes. But it's not a trade signal until it closes. Once it closes, then I can make decisions based on that. Like this will never change. You know? This guy will always be a trap seller. And again, I know he's a trap seller because he's, first of all, it's orange, which means we're trying to shift volume down. And then it's also got this arrow, which means they tried to shift momentum as well. And so that momentum shift should have caused a drop. And instead, we got over him. And so now it's going to act as support. So this green and this red line are probably both support lines. I'd love for them to come back in and actually test his range. Like what I really want here is actually not an aggressive signal yet. I want this. I need room to resistance so that I can actually get something out of the aggressive push. Because the problem with buying here is that even if they get aggressive, they might get stuck right there, and then you don't get filled on your exit. So what if that's my target right here? Primary target is like 11,648. I want to make sure that I can at least get 15 points. So I want my entry to be down here if possible, right? And this is the problem with trading choppy markets, is that you could have everything right. You can be looking at the footprint or the DOM or just watching the algo, which does the same thing because it's watching the footprint for me. And you could do all that right, but it won't really get you anything because you just run into resistance above you. So that's the challenge. Yeah, it's just right. Yep, too many volume. You're absolutely right, Nathan. Good call. That's actually exactly what it is. That's if you look at the profile, that's exactly what it is. And like I said, on the algo, it's like mind-numbingly busy, right? And that's a sign that the trades that you're going to get are not going to be very consistent because it's just too messy. You know, like here, if we go like to an open area, it's so much where there's actually range. Like you can read this, you know, there's lots of levels and stuff, but like there's movement, you know. Here there's so much chop, and it ends up throwing all these important levels out, but they just become like chop zones. So we're just going to go between like red, green, red, white, red, white, right? Like that's all it's doing. It's just going from one of these little edges to the next. And it's, you know, is it tradable? Like, I guess, but you don't know whether or not the next move is going to be one of these or one of these. And I want to be paid on both of those. If I get triggered, I want to know that I at least have a chance of getting one of these. Right? So they did retest it with the wick. Let's see if they can close it bearish. What I want is expanding range. I honestly want this, or I want to come back in here. Honestly, I'd have to buy this. But then if they reject there, I could probably sell it again. Like that's really what you have to do in this market. You'd have to buy down here and sell up here. I mean, that's at its simplest. That's really what it is. It's just like buy this level and sell this level. And just ignore all of this junk because it's just going to be choppy mess until they start to move. Right? And the good news is we should expect that here because there's all these like high volume edges and prominent POCs and all that stuff. Like it makes sense to have this action here. And that's important to like build confidence, to be like, oh yeah, I expected this, right? So let's see. They did retest the green level. It's just, do I really have risk reward here to put my stop underneath it? Ugh, I don't want my stop in here, you know? I want my stop down here. And that's a huge stop. That'd be 11, like 11,595. Ugh. That's a 40 point stop. That's $800 per contract. I can't do that. Yeah, I totally agree. Right. No, I know. Exactly. Because remember your MFE is probably 12 points. Your maximum favorable excursion is maybe 15. But you can't risk 40 and make 15. So yeah, your only other choice is like wait for the retest and get it for a 5-point stop and then let it go for 12. That's your best case scenario. So in other words, don't be aggressive. Wait for the signal and then see if they give you the price you want. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay, let's see if they signal here. I'm not going to buy it up here, but let's see if they, now that they've retested this, let's see if they can put in a star when it closes. But again, it's so choppy at this prominent point of control. I almost don't even trust them because the stars have to do with volume, and it makes sense since prominent POCs are considered a fair price, and a lot of people do business at fair prices. You wouldn't be surprised to see some volume there. So it's like it's almost yeah. It's not. It doesn't surprise me that like we got star 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 star. See all the stars? Like that's not as it's not necessarily like a momentum shift. It's like this is just an area where everybody's totally happy to do some trading. So that's the problem with trading in this area with algo signals is that like you're basing your decision on these tiny little price action nuances and yet trying to take advantage of an area that like everybody is totally happy just to like trade in both directions. So like what yeah, not a lot to do. Still interesting to watch, but hard to put hard-earned money on it, you know. I'd love to learn a way to exploit this price action, but yeah, I need range, and we're not going to get that here, which sucks. It is kind of fascinating that these levels are still being used, though. That's kind of weird, honestly. Like, they're not necessarily tradable, but the fact that we're getting reactions to them like that, and then this right when volume gets to the level, it's just like boink, and then here volume gets over the level, give it up. I wonder if that's interesting. If you think about where the yellow line was compared to the red and the horizontal lines, which is usually how I kind of decide whether or not they're taken or not, whether or not they've been controlled or not. It also seems like when it gets really close like this, but trades into the other side, that's the trigger. See that? I don't know if that makes sense. Like if this yellow was up here, it almost would have been better, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, but you know what? They did it here though, and they didn't hold it. So I guess it's not that simple. And here either, they didn't do it. So yes, correct. Yes. Like well said. Exactly. Yep. The yellow VPOC line is a little bit more honest than price. Price is going to be like static, you know. Not the right word. Like white noise. You know, it's going to have a lot of noise, and you can't lie about volume. Most likely we're trying to come back into here. So that dashed line, that's where like the point of control was for this entire area. Okay. So tried to shift up, tried to shift down, and then price ran through it, and then finally volume followed, and now price is coming back, and they're going to try to test where it was before. If they're unable to do that, and you see aggression coming up, that would typically be a really good place to get long as you have risk reward. The win-loss ratio is good. It's just, can you actually get the 10 to 12 points that we need without running into resistance? So that's kind of, like, I don't have them extending because there's already plenty of lines, but this is what I'm looking at. I want that to basically hold. But I'm just curious because I've got all these other levels up here that are built during this messy time, and I'm just kind of amazed that they're using them. Unless it's just my eyes seeing things that aren't there, but like it just seems like they actually still care, even though they were just produced right here. It's weird. It's cool, but it's weird. Like, could it be that because, like, is it as simple as have the previous VPOC be underneath that possible support, and then if they bounce off the possible support, that's bullish? It seems too easy, but it's possible. I mean, it could be. Just a theory. But you can, if you follow the line up here, it was actually at the top of the green prominent point of control, and see how they came back up and they tagged it, and then they rejected. but the red line was above it, and that's what they tagged. See? Isn't that weird? I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense. It's like if they're in the way, it can't get there, and then it shoots out. And if it isn't in the way, they go through that previous point of control, hit the level, and then reject through it. So it's like those little pivots are like interacting with wherever volume used to be. It kind of makes sense, actually. Yeah, so look at that. So now if this is like a star up, I wonder if they get a lift. Oh, and that'd be purple bar star. It's just a horrible location. But if this is a star up, that would be actually, that's typically pretty bullish. Let's see. Because whenever you get these green bars, the green outline bars, you can't really trade very far under them without holding that support. I'm gonna go ahead and try it. Let's fucking do it. Oh wait, I said I would do it on a pullback. That makes more sense. Let's get on a pullback. If they trigger, and then they pull back into the bar, I'll consider trying to get 10 points. Let's do it that way. Because yeah, let's do it that way. If they just go like without pulling back, no problem. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Totally, Nathan. Yep. I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Now, the only problem is it means you have to be able to fade the tilt when you miss it, right? When it doesn't present the opportunity and it just goes and you knew it was going to happen, you had the setup and you just chose not to take it. Oh, interesting. Just another green bar, but no star. So a green bar means the green outline means that there was an aggressive seller here, and on a smaller time frame it's probably a star, but on this time frame it's not. See, if I go to the 16 tick, oh, it wasn't even a star on the 16 tick. Interesting. Maybe on like the 20. Nope. Okay, I don't know where it is then, but usually it means that it's a sign of aggression basically, but it's on like a smaller time frame. Same concept, just smaller time frame. So, not usually enough to take a trade entry, but they do show up at support though. But you can see that when you get under them, see that? You need to save it right away. See that? You can get under it, but you need to have a response that's bullish. Otherwise, it will break down. So like now, if they do pull back, like this needs to hold or it's not going to go higher. Like that line in the sand just got shifted to like the red line. I guess it's here because you'd have to get a whole bar under it to know for sure that it's done. But once they get trapped here, I'll show you over. I think one of them happened over here. See how so here, oh, it's purple bars. No, it can't be purple bars. I'll find one later. It's got to be not purple bars, like aggressive bars underneath him. And usually that's it. So let's see. Well, they're just going to lift it. No pullback anyway. Wouldn't have gotten filled on a star. It's already hit 12 points. So you just had to be uber aggressive. I mean, it does make sense, right? We had to level there. The guy was trapped. It totally makes sense. At least I knew not to sell it with that trap seller. That was smart. But yeah, you would have had to buy the breakout, and that's just gross. Right into resistance. No thanks. Like, I'm okay with just recognizing that I had the read right, just no opportunity. No big deal. That would be funny if they fail it right here. I doubt it though. That's the excess. So I doubt it. It would be really weird to not go get that liquidity. Really unusual. Like, is that reason enough to buy it though? Like, should I be aggressive there knowing that there's liquidity sitting up there? I don't know. Huh. It's an interesting thought. If it does go, I'm confident it would take this. So therefore getting out at 10 points actually doesn't make sense. Yes, I agree, Nathan. It is. It is. I mean, it's right. Yeah, it's not your high odds setup. It's a aggressive breakout setup, basically. And that's just not usually my style. But it's just interesting to see that it's actually working. It does suggest that shorts are definitely trapped. Okay, good. We're leaving the area. That's definitely good. Let's see if we can get a retest and leave the area. That would be wonderful. If we can just get out of this, that will help a lot. These are single prints up here. They should be pretty easy to re-auction. They just go right through it. I'm going to be irritated. What I'd like to happen is get some sort of a retest. Let's see. Dang, I can't believe that. It's a perfect test of it. Oh, this is old. This is excess from a previous day. Nice. Oh, please give me an entry. So see, there's no aggressive buyers in here. There's no stars. They're attempting a momentum shift, but there's no aggressive buyers in here to really trap. So you could come all the way back here and still buy it and be fine. They might actually give me an entry. Let me just see where all the volume is. Make sure we don't trap ourselves. It should be at the lows. Good. Beautiful. Okay, this should get, we'd hope this gets re-auctioned. Let's hope. If they start putting aggressive buyers in the top, like that star prints, that could be a problem. For me. It'd be good for them, it'd be bad for me. Is that right? Wonder if it's time to start accumulating. That almost makes me want to look for swing trades, Nathan. Oh, I should have freaking gotten those calls back this morning. I just wasn't even thinking about it. I definitely see it. The fact that I'm not having an emotional reaction to it, but just like, I should really belong here, actually makes me think that the intuition's probably right. Exactly, me too. I was so focused on catching, like, the intraday, I didn't even think about the fact that, like, and you know what? Here, look at, so I've been playing with this volatility surface idea. And here, you don't even need the bottom one. Don't even worry about this. It's just this one. So VIX is the blue, and pink is 9-day VIX, and then the dark blue and the orange or whatever are like longer term VIX, like 3 months, 6 months. So this light blue VIX getting separated from the 9-day VIX like that generally produces volatility rips, and that's what that is. The 9-day VIX getting over the long-term VIX is usually what's it called? Like trend days down happen up there. But if you can then get if you can then get distance, come back. If you can get distance between the light blue VIX and the 9-day VIX at the highs, especially if there's divergence down here and a trend develops. You'd be looking for bearish trends because it's VIX, right? So you'd need divergence on like a big time frame, like here, right? So there's hidden divergence here. Oops, it made a higher high on the indicator, the rate of change indicator, but it made a lower high on price. So if that's the high for VIX, and there's this much distance between the 9-day VIX and the VIX, like that, and we can fall through all of these long-term ones, that means that this rip could continue. That's what I'm trying to say. So like this is where you want to get long swing trades. See that? Because it's divergent. And you've gotten that space between the pink and the blue. And then you've fallen back through the long-term ones. That's when you want to get swing trades long on the equities. And then the exact opposite, basically, for short, is like once you get the divergence here and you've had a period where 9-day is way too low, they usually get a volatility spike, right? So now we have not gotten through the long-term VIX yet. The 9-day VIX has not gotten through the long-term VIX yet, but it appears to be heading that direction. So my concern is that the lower indicators look really bullish on the VIX, you know, but we did have hidden divergence here. Hidden bearish divergence. So I don't know. But I've been watching that and doing some research on it. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Right now it's just kind of my idea. Like I'm not really using it for trade entries, but it's almost like I'm looking at like a weather forecast. So like in the morning, I'm just kind of like looking at it and being like, okay, what is the volatility? What does the volatility surface tell me about what kind of environment we might be in? And I realized it could have helped me last week prepare for Friday and Monday being such like aggressive down days, like that. Those warning signs were on that chart. You know, you just don't know exactly what day it's actually going to come, but like, and you don't necessarily know exactly when it's over, but there is a point where it's like pretty obvious. It's just not, all I'm saying is it's not precise, but it's like, and some people would just be saying, you know, hey, if you're day trading, like, can't you just watch the DOM and tell whether or not you should be longing or not? It's like, yeah, you could, but especially when it comes to swing trades, just making sure that you're not on the wrong side of that might help me not get squeezed short and not get too aggressive long. So, oh hey, what's up, Crom? Good to see you. We're just watching along that I wish I would have taken. No, I'm waiting to see if I can get a continuation though. So good to see you though. Crom's in the Trade and Perform room. How have you been doing, dude? You it looks like you're doing okay from the stuff that you've been posting. If you don't want to share, that's okay. But if things are going okay, that's good. Nice. I knew somebody got it. Yeah, I bet. I bet. That's good. That's good. I should have. No, I mean, okay, I shouldn't say I should have. I had a good reason not to. I was being conservative for good reason. But I see why you took it. Nice. Nice. Cool. Yeah, once you get like once the trend is intact, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And so remember on the bigger time frame, right? On the bigger time frame, we've got resistance up here, but keep in mind that we've also got liquidity at like all of these lines, right? So the market's it wants to get here. And if it does get there, it's probably going to break through this single prints. And it's going to be hunting these liquidity points. So just be aware. If it starts to rip, it's probably not coming back. Yeah. God, that's so freaking tempting just to freaking chase the shit out of that star, isn't it? It's gonna totally rip. It's gonna go right through those single prints. That fucking sucks. It'd be off process to take it. Okay, so if we can get longs to get super, super aggressive here, and then they give it up, there might be a short underneath this, but I hate it. I really don't want to be short. And I'm honestly tempted, like if they pull back right here, I just want to long it. Because I think we're gonna retrace a lot of this. Fuck. I should have had calls. Super tempting just to buy the breakout. Super tempting. Totally off my process though if I do that. I think it'll work, right? But it would be I have no basis. I have no idea what the risk reward on doing that is. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do it. I'm not. I don't. No. Not going to do it. But I'm just sharing that, like, internally, that's all I want to do. I know it's wrong. I'm not going to do it. There's no question it's not a good idea. But in my brain, I'm like, that's going to work. It's like I have no metrics on it. I have no idea how long I should hold it, but that's going to work. Just buy it. Yeah, man, it is, especially when you kind of had an opportunity earlier. But I'm not gonna let it tilt me. You just got to kind of stay with it. So, like I said, if we can get, so this star is a sign of aggression here, and if we can trap him, in other words, get the yellow line, the VPOC line, underneath him, any retest of his area should get sold, and then if we see that aggression, it's technically a short. So it's just, the problem is you're fighting momentum, and like the only way that works is if this whole mess gets retraced. But remember, it's fair price, right? So if we get a momentum shift up here, it probably could get retraced. So I actually think here our best case, even though I think it's bullish, our best chance for a trade is actually that. Just because I don't think the long can set up. Do I think that's going to happen? No. But if it does, would I kind of have to take it? Yeah, probably. Right? Because it does work. A lot. It's just I hate doing it when there's this much momentum. But the truth is that when there's this much momentum, it usually doesn't set up. It just goes higher. Oh, and actually, if we got like purple bar followed by star there, it probably would be okay. Aggressive, but probably okay. Wow, are we going to reject the single prints? Nah, I doubt it. They're just going to print that star and go. They're not even going to get anybody a chance to get out of their short. That's what's going to happen. But yeah, these arrows are attempted momentum shifts. And so somebody on this bar tried to turn the market down, and they needed to put in an aggressive buyer to fight him. So that little pattern right there, it's not a buy signal, but if you get underneath something like this, it becomes resistance very quickly. So getting those out of position stars coming right after a failed momentum shift, it's like you can the shorts have an opportunity to like judo flip the longs if they can just take this guy. It looks so bullish, right? But there's a hidden inside this bar. Oh shit, that's actually pretty strong. I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to be the first one to short it, but this might actually happen. That's a really strong move, but it's got a lot of volume on it. It probably won't work. So when we see these, I've got these pink diamonds on to show me when there's a volume anomaly in there. Usually they get traded through. But if you get trapped, if you get a trap on it, so like if it goes higher and then comes back through, it's actually a really good trap. Because all the volume there, again, is a sign that they're trying really hard. But it also, on a micro composite, it becomes like fair price. So they trade back through it first. And if the seller's legit, he'll take it again. So it's not necessarily a sell just because of the diamond, but it's worth watching to see if they retrace back through them again. Let's see. It doesn't have to be the very first bar. They could go like that. And that would make this short really good. But it's interesting that they're basically, if you think about it, this has a bunch of aggression and this has a bunch of aggression. So like they're just building like this battleground here, right? So whoever wins this battle is going to get an extension. That's really all I'm trying to say. Is when you have aggression on both ends like this, it's just whichever one gets trapped, gets hurt. You know, they're not just going to like let him walk away from that fight. And usually it's the team with the momentum, and there's no divergence on either of these, and volume is healthy. So there's no real reason to think that it's going to just evacuate. They don't have to, right? As long as this holds, it's bullish. Bullish until proven otherwise. But it's just interesting to me that they're actually trying to fight it. But they have to get all the way down here, and they have to be careful not to put in, to do it too fast, you're going to get bullish hidden divergence, and they'll have an opportunity to bounce it. So it's like, it gets complicated once you got momentum in the market. It gets really complicated. The easy game is just trade on the way up, and then wait for the distribution pattern before you sell it. So, like I'm talking about ways to identify whether or not the first seller is real or not. Because I'm not going to sell this, but it's very possible that he is committed to selling it, right? And if he is, even if they trade up here, he's going to sell it again. If he's not committed and he's just testing the waters, they're going to immediately rough him up, and they're not going to trade under this. Because now it's just more and more and more trap sellers stacking on top of each other. And that's what creates a trend and a squeeze. So we'll just have to see. The only point of control so far that's gotten into the single prints is a pink bar. So that's probably why they're trying to break it down. Those pink bars show that sellers were pulling their orders on the DOM as price rose. So that it's very possible that while price might have been up there, that no real committed buyers actually bought it. Like it might have just been people like chasing the DOM basically, which happens all the time. That's why you get a lot of pink bars. We can call it markup, but on a micro time frame. But it's the same exact thing as like a little squeeze or a markup on a daily chart or an hourly chart. It's just on this tiny little chart. If you know what markup is, that should make sense. And so that, again, it's not bearish to see the pink bar, but when you give them up, it's like, wait, price was going up with no resistance, and then suddenly nobody wants to buy? Like that's a sign of, it's a change in behavior. They're trying. But see how they're getting absorbed? Like it's not just like, Maybe it will now, but for a while here, like they fought over this. Look how long it's taking them to print the bar. That's usually a sign that longs are in control. As my coach Simon says, sellers need speed. It could develop, but as of right now, if you want to know if I'm more bullish or bearish, I would say I'm bullish until proven wrong. But this is exactly how the breakdowns start. They're at the single prints. They've got a lot of stuff to work through. But again, if they can get under this little pattern, here I'll draw it like this. If they can get under that and actually come back up and reject it, it could go through the whole day's range. Maybe not right away, but they will be thoroughly trapped. So we'll see. I'll leave that on there just so we don't forget. Where's the next 3-bar combo? Back here. Okay, so this is probably where we're headed. Is here. Wow, that would be under our line in the sand. Interesting. So it looks to me like we're going to go here, here, here. If we go down, that's how it has to do it. I don't know. Is that even realistic? Like, they're going to have to find some sellers because that'd be tough. We'll see. But just remember, we don't know which side is real and which side is deceptive, right? This could literally be some guy, just like I talked about before, right? I'll do it on the AnyTech again. This could be some guy in an institution who has lots of money who's like, damn, I wanted to get filled here and the market went without me. Now that I see someone selling, let's sit on the offer and see if we can get a cheaper price, but he's going to buy it right there and it's going to go. That like we don't know whether or not this, or if it's the opposite, right? Maybe this whole time he's been selling and he just turned off the sell and he's like, hey, look, they're going to give me a better price. I'll go ahead and buy it. And now the buyers are gone. He's like, shit, I better put my sell program back on and then the seller will be the real deal, right? So we don't actually know. But it's just good to remember that like the retest is going to be you can't fake the retest. You can fake the first one, but if they're still there when they come back and retest it, I'm going to assume, at least on my time frame, that they're real. Oh wow, they got orange bar star. That's aggressive. You'd think that there'd be speed now. They should, if there's a real institutional buyer, he wants that star trapped now. Purple bar followed by star up or diamond up or green bar is technically a long. Oh, it's really gross though. It's really gross because you've got resistance up here. It's not a good idea. I'll just say that. It's not a good idea. You don't have any room. Will it work? Probably just like this one did. Let's see. But like how this pitch is just so steep. How much do you want to tempt? And remember, all the volume is down here, right? So that's important. Oh, did they shift it up? I didn't move that. Hold on. I didn't move the volume. Oh wow, another purple bar. Did volume shift? It did! We're right at volume shift. This, they need to save it right here. This bar needs to be bullish. More or less. And if it is, it probably does go higher. Oh, unless they put in another purple bar, then they might be able to save it still. Nope. No more purple bars. There's someone trying to buy it. Someone's trying to save it. It's not just buyers pulling their orders now. Uh-oh. Look at this. So they need the yellow line on a bearish bar to be underneath this pink and preferably underneath this buyer We don't know where that buyer is committed, but we knew for sure he was committed here. Another bar would confirm it for sure. Another bearish bar would confirm it for sure. I really don't want it to be purple. It's still technically okay if it's purple, but they might get a real big bounce if it's purple first. Wow, they're gonna try to save it now. Oh, come on, one more try so it's not purple. Yeah, see, buyers are giving up. They need to try to fight back so we can. There we go. Okay, now close it bearish and we got a chance. Then basically any retest that rejects with aggression is good to go. No, 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 no. Now, remember, it could just evacuate, and that would suck. Then you would have had to be really aggressive up here. Okay, so it's not gonna be purple. So let's see if we can get a bounce and then a rejection. It's still good. I really wanted a bar under this though, just to be sure. Oh, they're gonna get it. Get it. Wow, am I glad I didn't buy this, you guys? That would have sucked. Give away a decent day off process. Ooh, that sucks. I've definitely done that. They're holding on. This little area, this little zone is an LVN, and there's a voodoo range level in there. They're trying to hold it on the retest. That would be very bullish if they rock after that. If they just rip right through. But really, getting under this volume should create a reversal. This should be... Oh, please close it bearish. Then I would have an on-process short if they retrace. Like, for sure. Regardless of the level. Because the long is kind of iffy. But if they can close it here and then retrace and reject, I'm good to go. Particularly up here. They can't do it. So it's under the POC, but it's not under the low yet. Oh. I mean, on a lot of time frames, it probably is. Okay. Oh, come on now. Okay, cool. So now the short should be activated if we can get a retrace. We want them to come up here, anywhere up here, and reject. That's what we want. That would be fantastic. They're going to try to retest the voodoo range level and bounce. But yeah, getting sellers underneath this aggressive move and underneath all the volume, usually that creates resistance. Now, if they just go whoop and race up, no problem. I don't get short, right? It needs to come up and then reject. So you don't have to be right 100% of the time that it's bearish. You just, when they reject in the area, yeah, then from there on, then you're committed. Then I'm committed. But if they just decide to like ramp it here, no harm, no foul, because I'm not going to trade the breakdown. Technically, you could just sell, but you're going to take a lot of heat. Because like you really don't want your stop to be anywhere lower than like this white line. Because the white line's from a higher time frame, and it was clearly respected. This is an area that you would expect liquidity to be sitting up at, and they took the liquidity and rejected. So what they usually do next is hit it and reject. Just like they did on the green one down here in the opposite direction. See how they got under it? Or, well, before. They got over it, under it, over it. So, from way back here. over, right? Then test under, fail to hold under, get over it, now come back and retest it. That's how it usually works. And so here, it developed a long time ago, but now that we've gotten over it, under it, we want to come back up and tag it. That would be high probability if they reject out of it. If they reject out of this box, it's probably still fine. It's just you might have to try it twice because they could do something like this. They could go up, reject, up, reject, and that would, you just have to take two. Like that's just how it goes. It doesn't, because this one is better, win rate wise. So if you take this one, you gotta take the second one. And if you don't take the first one and it just rips down, that's pretty frustrating. And you've spent all that energy figuring out where you wanted to get short, and then you just skip it. Like if they just shut it down here, like it's fine. I never sell the breakdown. I could have been really aggressive and sold this, but I didn't have a great reason to. Besides the level and the algo, but it was bullish. So if anything, I wanted to buy, right? So it's, yeah, I'm not going to. And there wasn't even divergence. So this may take some time to develop. In fact, you know what? I'm going to run to the bathroom because they're probably going to take a little time to do this. And if it just breaks down, I'm not going to miss anything. But this is going to take some time to come back up here. So let me just run to the restroom real quick. I'll come right back. Hold on. Well, that sucks. Not surprised. Not surprised. Not surprised at all. They just had to they got rid of this and it was over. Let's see if we get a retrace though. That sucks. Let's try to see if there's any reason to think long. They are trying to hold this neutral zone. I don't think so, but I'm just trying to, if they take this out and then trap back in, I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to be long. The range is so big here, there's a relatively good chance that you could get 10 points just on the retrace, even if it's still bearish. But man, that just looks like an evacuation to me. And I hate taking along across these big spaces here. Like, it's not that they always fail, but it's just, yeah, it's not great. Not really what you want. They did break above this one. That would have been technically supernova if it would have done it there. I don't know. I don't like it. Okay, so they definitely ripped that down. It might not set up anyway, but I want to be prepared for it if it does. There's not divergence, right? Oh, well, maybe there is. hidden divergence on the really big time frame. It would have to get under this green one. We talked about this guy being trapped. And I think that's what created this. This just looks like a full reversal though, doesn't it? Let's see. Big picture. Look at that. Like, you really want to be buying that? Like that does, right? Like, it looks like best case scenario, we should probably be buying under these lows. Damn, that sucks. I think, you know, it's fine. Like, you have the read right, and sometimes it just, the price for being, selective and objective, systematic, is that sometimes it's just not going to set up how you want it to. And like in retrospect, it's like, that was a really bearish signal, but in context, I wasn't willing to put money on the line way up here that it was just going to drop because I was pretty sure I'd get another opportunity, right? So it's just a little frustrating to say, like, I know exactly what's going to happen and be right and not get paid for it, but that's just going to happen. So they did not trap under this one. They did not trap under this one. Once we've broken, see, this was the primary wave, see that? And we've broken below it. So while you could technically try to scalp off of these, usually it's going to fail. Usually what you want is retests to short, in my opinion. If you're long only, you just hold back here because you need a lot of momentum to shift back up, even just a couple points. And like I said, unfortunately, this choppy area is going to get easily taken. This is exactly what I was talking about. I just wanted to be able to have one more push so I could jump on with this, and they just didn't give it to me. So, like I said, apologies that we didn't get the trade, but that's how it goes. Now, this one trapped. That one might work back up to here. Purple bar. Is there divergence? No. It's not pretty. Usually we should wait like maybe 3 waves, and this is still wave number 1 on the bottom, on the way down. There's just too much momentum. Not saying it'll always fail, but I think it does not get past this. That sucks. That hurts. I wonder if there was, I don't think there was news or anything, but there might have been. I wasn't watching. Someone knows, let me know. But so now we are right in that spot though that I said, like, if you want to be trapping, this is kind of your only opportunity to do it. I just don't do it. Not after this. Simon says, like, once you've gotten like a 100-point move, which is basically where we're at, more or less, you can sometimes try to be a little aggressive for a scalp, but yeah, that's, other than that, you just got to wait until you get some slowing. But see how they didn't have any speed up here, and then eventually the speed picked up? That's a sign, that change, if you can identify that change, you want to dial back on your longs and accept that, like, it's that seller is back, basically. And people are at least afraid that seller might be back. So as soon as they see that increased speed, it's just like, oh, I don't want to be up. I don't want to be long if this guy selling is the same guy that was selling on Tuesday. That's the big picture problem with longing. And then the little picture argument is, yeah, but I can probably get 10 points, right? So I don't think either one of those are wrong. It's just a question of how are you going to feel when you take the stop knowing it was super bearish when your only reason for getting long is I might get 10 points. Feels like FOMO to me. But like I said, I've seen my coach do it and he does it well. I have a hard time with it mentally. Because when it stops, I get really frustrated. But technically, if this is purple bar followed by a POC above, which on my screen looks like green bar, you can scalp it. I mean, it's not wrong. Yeah. Oh, but see, it's got high. See, that volume helps me. That will keep me away from buying it because they should not need a lot of volume here if the seller is done. So the fact that they pushed volume up with a volume anomaly, chances are that one's going to fail. And then maybe if we trap back into that one, it might work. But you don't want that first bounce to need a lot of volume. When it needs a lot of volume, it suggests that like all of the bullets that the longs had are getting used right now, right? I want to get long when they can extend the move, which means you don't need low volume, but you don't want like a unusually large amount of volume or unusually aggressive amount of volume. You want to get the bears committed down here. That might work anyway. And then easily break over them, right? That's really what you want. You don't want to need a lot of volume to turn the tide. You want to trap them when they used a lot of volume. But in this case, this suggests the buyers are the ones putting all the volume in, and that just very rarely works on the very first try. So, bearish, in my opinion, and I wouldn't take the trap. I wouldn't take the trade here. If they now get under the big volume bar, this one with the pink, the green one with the pink, and then they bounce, that is a better long. Notice we haven't had any of the purple background. Like, see how this is pink background when it's momentum and potentially trappable momentum? We have not had any purple yet. So the bears haven't even had to work very hard to get this. This has just been literally liquidation. Meaning it could actually go quite a bit further. Maybe not right away, but yeah. The potential is there for... All they would need is an aggressive seller. And you could get another... we haven't even had a real pullback. That's what I'm trying to say. This is basically still the first impulse move down. So... all they're doing is people are buying location. They're acting like this is a balance zone, and they're buying because we tested below here. See that? But remember, if this is bearish, these purple pivots won't matter. So by the time that candle closes, most likely we close below it, if I had to guess. Not always right, but if I had to guess, that's what's going to happen. Man, that sucks that I didn't get that set up. That's too bad. Oh, I wonder if it's set up on a smaller time frame. I didn't even think of that. That's the bigger time frame. See, now this one did have the big volume that started it all. That's interesting. I guess it's a high enough time frame where that might happen. What about the little time frame? Oh, we had a nice one there. They had divergence. They had the momentum shift, retest, aggression. So you could have gotten it on the 16 tick. That's fascinating. That's a great thing to know. Okay. And then what does that look like now? Oh, they've gotten divergence. They trapped this guy. Big volume down. What? Are they trying to turn this? Interesting. Sellers shouldn't have to put so much volume in. That's kind of weird. Why are they committing down here? Like, that's dangerous. It might not matter. They might just follow it anyway. But if this guy gets trapped, if we get up here, we could actually retrace this whole thing. Wow, that seems unnecessary. Like, they put their general on the front lines. I don't know. Unless we've got a long way to go. And there's just a guy, like, cause look, he's been selling with heavy volume anomalies since we saw it on the bigger time frame. But since the highs, we've been seeing big volume on the down. Oh, actually, cumulatively, it's not that much volume. Maybe they will trap him. I mean, you could analyze this either way. Truth of the matter is, you just have to wait for the setup. But with those tiny time frames, you can sometimes get some clues, but it's not a setup on its own. If anything, it's a sell here, but it's a really, really aggressive sell that I wouldn't normally take. Wow. But yeah, see, if they trap him, They're trying. Oh, we have another line in the sand over here. Shoot, they might retrace this. So if they come back in and they trap back in, I will buy it. Yeah, if we, but I need a bearish bar, and then a bullish bar after that. I'm not just gonna like fall. I'm not gonna chase it. Did it get 10 points yet? Let's check. If you would have bought right at the anomaly here, you get along at 95. Yep, you got 10 points. So once again, my coach's reasoning plays out. It doesn't matter how bearish it is. If you think you can get 10 points, try to get 10 points. It's just a different way to think about trading. But notice volume now has not really gone anywhere near where price has gone. Price is running into this resistance from the higher time frame. They might just reject right here. That would make a ton of sense. Okay, so they tried to move momentum. They turned it. But they got over this guy. And they're trying to trap him down there. That's what they're doing. This guy's trying to get trapped. Okay. So if we can get back under this low and then immediately retrace it, it's good to go. Otherwise, to go long. Otherwise, it's bearish. That's the way I'm going to interpret that. So if we can get it to go under and then immediately pop back up, buy it. Otherwise, probably not going to buy it. No signal here to short. That's interesting. Why is there no aggression following this? See, they've got a big volume anomaly here. It tests its high, which is normal, and then they had no follow through. No star, no orange bar, no diamond, nothing. They're just leaving this guy out to dry? Doesn't make sense. But again, it's such a tiny time frame, it's hard to say. But at the moment, it looks like sellers are just going to give up. It's weird. Very weird. Yeah. They're just gonna give this whole area back up again. Is that what's gonna happen? Is it just gonna go all the way back to the highs? That'd be so annoying. Watch, we come back and get stuck in here again. Oh god. Okay, we've gotten at least one bar underneath this structure that's not purple. But yeah, they totally are letting them trap you. What the hell? It's such weird price action. Okay. Was this news? Could this have been like news? Hold on. I guess this... Let me just look. Let me make sure this isn't news. Because if this is news, then that makes actually a little more sense. Defense authorization bill. BOC's deputy governor is speaking. Oh, Bank of Canada. Okay, so maybe there is something going on there. Goldman's bonus pool is expected to shrink by half. I don't see anything like market moving other than the Bank of Canada. But maybe that was it. Maybe it's the Bank of Canada guy. Huh. Okay. Or nothing. Or just technical. But they are holding this. Like I said, on the tiny time frame, they actually trapped someone down here. And it made no sense whatsoever that he would even get aggressive. Why do they short in the hole? I just don't get it. So see, now I don't really want to be shorting because this guy is trapped. We've gotten above him. And so now shorting up here doesn't make sense because this is now support, most likely. So now you kind of want to use, I mean, to be honest, like buying a dip sort of makes sense here. It's weird, but it's probably going to balance. That's what I'm trying to say. The next step is it's probably going to consolidate because this should not have produced that much of a move. They shouldn't have let that happen. And even though they put in a big aggressive seller, they just ripped right over it. This should have been easy to break down through, is all I'm saying. And instead they just kind of, they're going to let them V it up. Big seller down here though, that's why. So he got trapped. He tried to defend, he got trapped. Now they're back to this old apex here, so, and this structure. And maybe that's all they wanted. Maybe they just wanted to buy it down here. Could be. Could be all it was. But now you've got 10 minutes left of this 30-minute period, and you've clearly bounced off that purple pivot. So it's probably not high momentum bearish. It's probably balance. The problem is this is clearly excess, right? So it would not surprise me if this balance resolved lower, but they don't have to do it all at once. And they could even come back up here and clean it up, and then that changes. So don't get too bearish. Let's just say that. Wow, they're jumping off of this level. No way. They're going to try to use this old support. That's really surprising. They're acting like this didn't happen. They're just going right back to this kind of price action. No rotation. Okay, here we go. Nope. So see, that seller is gone. See that? They're just gone. So if you're short and you see that stuff, just get the F out. I don't know if you can see what I'm talking about, but like, this looks really heavy. And then bulls just went nuts to the point that sellers gave up. And then even when they tried to come back and test old support as new support, sellers were like, sure, have it. Like, that should not make sense. If you had aggressive sellers up here, they should be chasing, like drooling for an opportunity to sell it because they think it's going lower, right? That's not what's happening. There's like no rotation again, right back to the upside. So, which is okay. It's just, it's not going to set me up for a trade. That's interesting. They can't get, why can't they get over the neutral zone though? Well, I guess this hasn't closed yet. Yeah, there we go. So that's what I expected. So it's rare to see this where you get all the way across the neutral zone from one extreme to the other and then turn right around. I don't know how many times I've seen that, honestly. So can we move these lines in the sand? Let me check. Red gets broken there. So this one should, it is this one. Should get moved here. And then the red can go all the way up there. Yep, and that makes sense. Oh, I moved the wrong red one. That's okay. Less lines is good. Okay, so we've got a silhouette. We've gotten back over and retested this higher level, higher time frame liquidity level right here. That's significant. Now we're breaking over this likely support level. And so we're probably headed for 11,655, if I had to guess. We're going to probably break right through this, I hope. Hopefully they are done negotiating the prominent point of control from like Monday or Tuesday. Really hope they're done with that. That's why we're getting this. Now I think about it, that's what it is. We're done with this. Oh, of course. So we had a prominent point of control. They negotiated it. They bulls took it. Then they tested under it. No sellers were found. Now it's back up. Okay, you know what? I mean, I don't mind buying calls then, if that's the case. Right? That means that this is not bearish. And therefore, dips should probably be getting bought. that's all that's weird. That's not what it looks like on the chart. That's not what this looks like to me. This looks like real see, okay, I see what's going on. We have resistance up here and support down here. There's sellers trapped at the lows and there's buyers trapped at the highs. The result is probably going to be balance until one of those breaks. So whichever one you think is more resilient, go with that direction, right? So I think this one's probably more resilient because there's another low underneath it. But they may need to push a little bit further, but I think they can probably break this with a big enough bounce. So even though it looked bearish, it doesn't anymore. It doesn't anymore. Just check what the indicators say. Oh no, the indicators look more bearish. Indicators look bearish. So the indicators are saying distribution. Wow, that's really weird. So that the time frames aren't lining up. Let's put it that way. The time frames are not aligning. Yeah, the time frames are not aligning. And it's just the result of it is just going to be difficult trading. Too bad. There's no way I'd buy that. Like, it's bullish, but it just did not look like it had any opportunity to do this. That's fascinating, though, that I didn't even think about the fact that if you've got enough momentum, usually I can point to like 10 spots where this exact setup results in a rollover. So it's just so strange to see it not do that. But I believe it's because of this prominent point of control. They were gonna let them come back and test it, and most likely there's gonna be no sellers there. So weird. But I think that's how they're treating these high volume areas. They're just trading back and forth through the high volume area. And see, now the green one's going to be support. First the white one is, now the green one is. They're just going to keep going. Yep.
Motion detected at the front.
Who's at my door? Oh, a package. Perfect. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely not fighting this. Give me the right one. Yep. Cool. Okay. It's like chop, 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 and then no rotation, straight down, no rotation, straight up. Nothing to do all day. So the good news is I did catch a few things today. I got, yeah, not bad. So I didn't use the trade copier today. I just went one at a time because it was trend day up. But I was just trying to scalp little pieces. And like I said, I'm a little irritated because I actually had one of them I could have held for a little longer and I didn't. But you're not always going to know how long to hold things. That's just the way it's going to go. But the important thing is I didn't do anything stupid. I had one misclick, and I actually had the chance to get out of it break even, and I didn't take it. I ended up taking a full stop on it, which was kind of stupid. But other than that, I think I did okay. Um, I just don't usually make a lot of money on these no rotation days. It's just the way that the system is built. It's built to take advantage of balance days, or days with some rotation. And when things are straight up and straight down, if you didn't catch it, there's no opportunity for buying breakouts or fading. But the good news is there's also really no way to fade the trend on process either, which is why I couldn't catch this one, right? And why I didn't catch this one, because at this point I thought it was bullish, and at this point I thought it was too bearish to buy. I shouldn't say bullish. I thought it was too bullish to sell, and here I thought too bearish to buy. So it was too aggressive to fight the trend, fight the momentum at both of those points. And so the result is just sit and do nothing, which can be frustrating. But the good news is that it doesn't cost you anything to sit and wait. And I know that the process pays out well when the market is doing what it usually does, which is like rotate. So where is the volume? Oh, right there. We've gotten over it. Yeah, so a green bar or a star down here might actually be buyable. It's a little bit risky, but if you think this is a solid, it's not though. It's not a solid low. So what I really want what if I do about this? They got above both of the volume. Well, they might just not set it up is what they're going to do, because there's no, like I said, there was no structure down here. They just let it go, and then they tried to defend it and they ripped him out. So they need to save it. They need to bounce it right here. Here, purple bar. If this is star, it's good to go, and I'll go ahead and take it and we'll try it. I don't know if it'll work, but a diamond or a star would give me long at 775. We'll put in the order now. Oh, well, come on, trying to. 1 tick above, so 775, because it'll close at 11,607.50. If it gets there, it'll get bullish. If it passes it, so I will get long at 775, and by that time I'm sure it's bullish. Now you could wait for the pullback. That's not wrong. Or take half of your order there and then half on the pullback. That's fine too. And realize that if it comes down here and then jumps right back in again, I'd have to take it again. So this is it's a very aggressive trade to do it this way. But I'm basically saying that this is probably a higher low on a bigger time frame, and that I think it's going to be bullish. And if they can close, you know what? We're not going to get the star anymore.
Order
I got to
canceled.
pull my order until I'm sure there's going to be a star. The star is going the wrong direction. I need a white star to show up when it closes. So let's see. If it closes and it's a white star, I might be able to get a retest. I pulled my order though because I'm not sure it'll actually trigger. The algo has to actually trigger. It also has to close. If it doesn't close bullish, then there's nothing to do anyway. But I would need a diamond or a star here. And it's not giving me a warning sign that it's going to be there. Doesn't mean it won't be there, but there's no... The conditions have not yet been met, but they might change sometimes right before the bar closes. Some things change and it meets the conditions even though you didn't expect it. And if that's the case, I can try to limit in here. Nope, nothing. So the green outline isn't good enough. It's got to be a green on the inside. That just marks like what needs to hold now. See, this is a weird situation because you've got a green bar here and then a green bar at a higher low, which means that if we get under this one, we'll have also broken under this one. That's actually, I hadn't thought about this, but you don't see this very often, but I think that might be bearish for that to happen. Well, only if they break under it. It's not an entry on its own, I don't think. It doesn't mean it won't go up, but I don't have a consistent way to know that it usually does. Because we should have had some aggression in here. All this is saying is that there's an aggressive, so on a different time frame, not that one. On a different time frame there's probably a marker, but I don't see it. Must be a really tiny time frame. But that's not usually good enough for me to get into the aggressive trades. It's always nice when you see it in addition to other signals, but by itself, it's more of just a location identification. We'll see. Like they usually show up when there's also aggression. But see here, there was two of them that showed up all by themselves, just green outlines, nothing in the middle, nothing on top, right? And they did end up being bullish, but the important thing to see is that those lows held. And like this one, see, they tested like the low and it basically held. You didn't get any more bars underneath them. See that? And it's fine if they go like this and then you get another one on a lower high. That's just a sign that they're trying to save the market. But let me see if I can find one on a higher low. I mean, I meant a lower low. It's, see this when it's on a lower low, it's like it's a chance, as long as you retake this, it's still bullish. But you don't see them very often on higher lows when it's bullish. See this? They take it, and then the only way you can save it is by printing another one. But none of these are higher lows. I'm trying to find one a higher low. This one gets saved by another one. That's pretty much. Here's one as a higher low. So when it's bullish, when the trend is bullish, it's actually good. But see, it's got other signals. This one has the arrow even. Here's one without the signals. Oh, but there's no green down here. There we go. Higher. Yeah, I don't know. You don't see it very often when it's bearish. Like this. I guess what it probably means, the reason I don't see it very often is because the low probably gets taken out. That's probably what it means. Is that I don't see it very often like this because I wouldn't see it if they end up taking the low out. I wouldn't even notice it because it's not a higher low that holds. So if I had to guess, I'd say this low is probably going to get taken. That's why I don't remember seeing it very often. But maybe this time it will. We shall see. And back to doing nothing. Oh, or, but we're way far away from that prominent POC. Yeah, so I don't think you're supposed to sell this after that move. I do think they take this low, but maybe not. But then what happens next then? Well, if they don't take the low, it's definitely bullish. No question about that. If they do take the low, can you buy when it tests back in here? Probably. Hidden bearish divergence if they roll over here. The indicator had made a higher high, even though we appear to be making a lower high possibly. And this is having trouble getting out of the neutral zone. That's usually bearish. Well, we haven't closed bearish yet. If we close down here. Oh, well, we didn't. Maybe not, because we haven't gone under the midpoint. I could be wrong about that. We're just letting off steam after this big move. That's all that's happening. This is just going to be choppy. Or zero rotation. I don't think there's anything to do. Let me just see. This is the 40 tick. See, that looks a lot better. This trapped. But then. So trapped on both of these. I don't know why this one didn't get an apex. That's weird. So get over him, but then you run into this. This resistance might be done. They may just lift it. Retrace this whole move and go through the. We might get a squeeze, honestly. That's what it looks like to me. I think not bearish. Yeah, and the blue squares are working. That's usually bullish. The diamonds aren't working to the downside and are working to the top, aren't working to the downside. Pretty sure it's bullish. Pretty sure. We'll see. We'll see. There's nothing to do, though, unless they can... Like, if this would have been a star, I could have taken it. I'm not sure if that green outline can be replaced for the star. I'm not actually sure about that. Maybe in that situation it can be. I'm actually not certain. I'm not going to short. So either just trying to think about where I could get a trade. You always want to be thinking ahead, you know? Like it's interesting to intellectually figure out what they might be doing, but what really matters is where can I trade it? How can I take advantage of it? And that's a little tricky here. This one's going to get an apex. Yep, right there. See, they show up just like 2 bars late, but then they never go away. And so now if I trap under this and come back up, see, what I really want, I want them to break over this high and then pull back into here and I can buy it. Because even though I know it's bullish, I don't really have a great place to put my stop. That's really the problem. I don't want to have a big risk. And I don't know if this low can hold or not. Because I don't see any aggressive traders there. I think all you do is chill. I think all you do is chill. I've got a voicemail. Let me just listen to this real quick, you guys. I'm just going on mute, but I'll leave the screen going. Just give me a sec. So if you're bearish, having this star here and getting over it, which is what I wanted as someone who's bullish, you could, if you were still bearish, you would actually short when they close this. But what I would prefer is actually to get a long setup a little lower if they pull back. That's what I want to see. I don't know if they will pull back, but I actually don't see this price action as very bearish at all. I think there's balancing in this range, and they're just trying to expand it. So, but there's not a whole lot to do either way. You would yeah, because I mean, if you're buying it here, where do you put your stop? You know, that's the problem. You don't really have a great place to risk off of nearby. You'd be, you know, you can't really put your stop here, like in the middle of this. I don't know. I don't see this as like a heavy momentum move. Note they can't keep it outside of the neutral zone on this indicator. That's usually a sign it's not that bullish. It's not bearish, but it's like, it's not convincing that like they're building momentum. It suggests that volume is actually dying down, even though price is going up. So they're probably going to need some rest. If they would have gotten more volume to the downside on this push, and then they give an aggressive move here, it might have been a short, but they didn't do it. So there's like, it's like no sellers are active at all, right? We can't get volume underneath the midpoint. Like that's, and the only aggressive seller that showed up didn't show up until aggressive buyers were already had all the momentum, this guy. And you can see that they tried to follow him through and it just did nothing, right? Right back up again. So it's not bearish. It's just, yeah, like, are you going to buy that breakout? Like, I'm not, you know, not in this environment, not when we have all these levels around here that I don't even know if they're going to respect them or not anymore. They might just run right through them, but I don't have, like they did here, you know, but it doesn't mean that they have to go all the way back up right away. And what I'm hoping is that they don't, because that way they might be able to pull back. Now you can see on the smaller time frame, we are getting signs of aggressive buyers, but they're not at support. So it's like both sides are just getting trapped because they both are putting orders in the wrong spot. Like all the buyers are buying at resistance and all the sellers are selling at support. So they're both risking getting trapped over and over again. And you'd think that's a good opportunity, but like it's yeah, like the bulls are taking advantage of it, but the bears aren't. So it's just bullish with no opportunity to get long unless you were really risky and you wanted to take that first one. Other than that, I really didn't have a great reason to get long. But like I said, maybe the green outline bar by itself, followed by a purple bar, is okay. It's that might be worth looking into. It doesn't happen very often, but that might be a good enough signal because it's kind of similar to a star, but it's just not a star. So maybe that's all you need. But I'm just curious how this plays out because so far it would have gotten like 15 points, and I'm wondering if the fact that it wasn't a star might actually not be a bad thing when it comes to being bullish there. Like, to be able to lift it without needing a star says quite a bit. Since the star is a sign of aggression, it's like they were able to lift it even though there were no aggressive buyers in there. Like, that might actually be good information, just as good as having a star there. Is you know, normally you wouldn't expect them to be able to do much without aggression, but in this case, they're lifting the market despite the lack of aggression. So does that give me another trade opportunity maybe? I'm not sure. It might. Although there's only an hour and 15 minutes left, so my chance of hitting my daily goal are getting lower. But at least I'm not losing. I'll take that. There were lots of days in the past 6 months where I would have been very, very happy with a $400 day. So So it's all good. Yeah, there's just not a lot to do here. I'm not going to short it. And I need a place to put my stop, which means I need it to pull back. Because otherwise I risk too much with like an unknown risk reward. Because like I said, I've got prominent POC up here. It might not act as resistance, it might. We got the LVN up here, right? So yeah, they might just get into chop mode again, and we may just end the day just sitting around. And the one thing you can do wrong in that situation is overtrade. That's all. As long as you're not overtrading it, you're doing fine in this kind of environment. You just have to be okay with waiting. Sorry, my cat's playing in the hallway. He's got all noisy. So they're gonna try to give you a pink bar, and then probably they're gonna try to get a star here, or maybe at least a red outline, which is the opposite of the green outline. Let's see if maybe that'll give us an opportunity to buy lower. Again, on the NQ chart, you can see that we had divergence on all these indicators. And that's usually going to cause some kind of pullback, but it doesn't mean it's going to go to the lows. And then they had bullish divergence here, see? So if they can hold this low, it's actually pretty bullish. But this low needs to hold for that to happen. So I should be able to buy in here, but I don't, and then I could buy right under it, maybe, but probably not below this white line. And I don't even know if they'll come back and give me that opportunity, because there's all these levels here that they've already broken through with no retraces. The white in particular, it was concerning. Like I really wanted to buy this because the location was perfect. I just didn't get the star, and so I decided not to. But look at how cheap I could have gotten it. It pulled back a lot. Oh, and we got the purple background. I didn't even notice that. Too many damn indicators. The purple background here, going for having it for one bar that's purple and then immediately going away. That's actually probably the low. It's probably not coming back. Damn, I missed that. Too many setups. Too many choices. I totally didn't even see that. I was so focused on that I wanted this bar to have a diamond or a star. I completely forgot that the fact that the bar before it was purple means that all I need is actually a bullish bar there. Damn. Well, no wonder it worked. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Now that was a really, really unusual way to do this. It looked so bearish, and then bullish signals that usually don't work when it's bearish, worked, and so that was the sign that it was not bearish. And they just trapped everybody down here. And it's harder to see on that time frame, but on the bigger time frame, you can see that these guys got pretty aggressive trying to fight it, and they just got owned. It'd be very natural to come back up and test this now. This high. The high of day is probably going. Unfortunately. Because it's going without me. Like, I needed a dip. And not surprisingly, we're going to rip right through this LVN, which is great. It means it's already been negotiated and we're probably done chopping in the zone. There's just no rotation here because we spent so much time wiggling around. It didn't need to stop here anymore. The train just goes right through, doesn't even stop at the station. That makes sense. This was the buy. Shoot. Sorry, guys. Just fell asleep at the wheel. Didn't want to take an off-process trade. And didn't think about opening. Like, the real mistake there was not identifying that on the bigger time frame that it's probably still bullish here. The fact that this trap was still good was the mistake. Missing that. Had I identified that this trap was actually still bullish because it just barely tested under this and went back up, I bet you some in the room took it. And once they extend there, it's bullish. So then really you just want to pull back to buy. And I knew it, but I wanted everything to line up just right, and it didn't line up in the way I wanted it to. But like I said, worst case scenario, it's a missed opportunity. It's not the end of the world. Right? I wonder if ES set up better. Let's check ES real quick. Where's ES? 6 tick. Oh, ES had a nice trap. Oh, that was this morning. I saw that. Yeah, I was like, wait, I knew about that. Some in the room got that. I think Ronnie got it maybe, or someone. Trap to star. Oh. Pretty. And then is this a trap? Yeah, wow, like a tick. And then there's no, it's just purple bar and blank. And you got the diamond here. And then there, diamond, diamond, go. Darn. Look at that. The sellers absorbed the buyers. They had to pull it back. And they couldn't break under this low. And they just... This guy had a bunch of buyers trapped and they didn't even care. This one too. Look at that high volume. Buyers trapped at the highs. Boom. Right through it. That is momentum. So ES is cooking. So it needs to, ES would need to break underneath this star to have any chance of breaking down. 39.55 becomes very important to take. But that's, and then this one too. Oh, and they line up, look at that. So this becomes a very important level for ES. Right there, 39.55. Okay. Okay. Let's see what they can do. Big old head and shoulders on the bigger time frame. That's kind of interesting. See if I can get 3 of these in the same place here. So got ES down here, super small time frame just to kind of keep track of any tiny opportunities up here on NQ, and then my main one on NQ over here. I don't have to make it so big. So we want to see if they can bounce off that top of that neutral zone, which would suggest that this is heavy momentum buying right through that resistance. Would not surprise me one bit to backtest that prominent point of control, that green zone, and bounce. Makes perfect sense, actually. Yeah, the diamond in one direction and then the diamond in the other direction is a pretty good scalp. Oh, interesting. They're going to give it up. They give it up. Purple bars. Buyers have a chance to save it here. No divergence. But note they let him get back into neutral. So the buy up here becomes pretty dangerous. They came right back to the volume build on the micro composite and they're trying to bounce off of it. Makes sense. You can see the dashes here, keep track of it, but I can draw individual ones too, wave to wave. But this is where they're trying to get and they didn't get it. They didn't hit the target. Buyers wanted this 11,648 and they did not get it. So a little surprising that they didn't hold the prominent point of control. Kind of surprised. These levels should still be good. We have not gotten underneath an aggressive seller. They need to save it here though. Purple bar followed by star up here would technically be a long. It's a little bit aggressive. But I might take it. It's just a small time frame scalp because we're trapping off of this one. Let's see if I can pull it off. They might not trigger. They might just let it go. So it's power, it's, power hour now. So, oh, look at that. Sellers. Down to the green line. That's current time frame liquidity. But it's been sucked up quite a bit. I don't really even know if it's still good. But really the sellers need to get back under it to really have any follow through. They would need to get under that level. So it might not necessarily be a good place to buy, but if it can't break under it, it's not bearish. So note they got the VPOC under it and they immediately reacted with buying. Like if that's a diamond, it's probably just a buy on a higher low again, just like this one worked as a higher low. But it's got to close bullish. It would be a trap on the smaller time frame too. So the entry is 11.6, 21.75. There.
Order filled.
Okay, so we got it on the smaller time frame. See that? Now, if they take me out, it's okay. It's a small stop. Got to be at like 09. So I took this long trying to get back to here, and it might not work. The stop is just under this low. But we're trapping back into this one, assuming they're going to try to bounce back here. Probably could have waited for the pullback, but it's a small stop anyway. We really need this to close bullish for it to work, so you can put your stop at like 07.25 and be very comfortable. There's really no reason it would work still if this closed bearish, so there's no reason to have a 15-point stop on it. Now, because it's a smaller time frame, it means we probably want to take profits just a little bit earlier than usual. I don't really need to get 10 points, so I do not expect, it's very possible that we get stuck at like 29.75, so I might get out at like 28.75, just to be sure. With half, and then I'll let half run just in case. Had I gotten it on the pullback, which made a little bit more sense in retrospect, I could be taking profits into this VPOC. So the dashed line there is the most likely resistance. See that little dashed line where we're stuck? We have to get over that. See the dashed line? If that acts as resistance, we're done. So, oh, a blue square would be good here. That'd be a good sign, but it's got to close bullish. There we go. That's great, actually. That's great. That's what we want to see. If it's bullish, this should work. I just don't know if we're going to break through this, but we should get filled at 28.75. Should. That should hold. So the question is, where is my other? I think the other one honestly needs to go above hive day. I hate to say it, but like I would expect that what you really want here, for like best case scenario, is a rip, like a fast squeeze. You know, up to like I don't know 48. I don't know if you get it right. Like it might not work, but that's what you that's like best case scenario where you just like squeeze like all the way through back to the top. But usually you're not going to retrace this entire blue box bar here. That would be pretty rare. Oh shit, that's not good. That's not what we want. They need to immediately beat this or this isn't going to work. They're reversing it. That sucks. This might actually stop. That blows. Bastards. They're going to stop me. Not yet. They're going to get it though. That sucks. Save it. 5 points away. Didn't hit it yet. That blows. That fucking blows. It just didn't make it. It got stuck at that VPOC. It's going to stop me. Bastards. I love how they make it look like it might work. It's not going to work. Damn. Oh. Oh. Bouncy? No.
Order canceled.
Damn. Okay, they got me. That's fine. Sucks, but it's fine. That's how it goes. Okay. So, small time frame. It barely made it to 6 points and then rolled, and I wanted 8, you know. They're going to trigger it again. That sucks. That blows. I should have taken out the pullback. Let's see if this one will trigger, but getting under this green would be a death blow. There's no divergence. It's most likely just a small anomaly, like stops just happen, especially on the smaller time frame. So I don't think there's any reason to reconsider what I'm doing. Pretty sure I could even take this one and be okay on the smaller time frame.
Order filled.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and try it again. Again, they're small stops, relatively, because it's a smaller time frame. It's getting me in a little earlier, but it also means there's gonna be more stops, right? So that's the trade-off. You're gonna get more setups, but more of them are going to stop. This one closing bullish would really help. The 24 tick closing bullish would definitely help. We're gonna get out at like 23. I'm gonna take one because that will give me back to above break even on the day. So I'll go ahead and take some profit there if I can get 3 more freaking points, you bastards. Wow. Wow. 3 points away twice. There we go. Come on. 2 points away.
Order canceled.
All right, got 10 points. That's great. That feels good. So I got back the stop from before, back up to where the high water mark of the day is. And then if they want, and I've only exited half my position. So if they want to squeeze now, I'll get paid well. And like I said, that's the thing. You just have to know like your metrics, and you need to know whether or not getting stopped out in a situation like that is a sign that something's really wrong, or if it's just variance. And it's hard, but sometimes you just have to do it again, especially on the smaller time frames. Like you just have to trust that, like, hey, I know what I'm doing. And see, this is where these work well. These diamonds is after a trap, when you trap back in. Because like they got under them and a big buyer came in and saved it. It wasn't like a bearish move. It was like they tried to get under it and he's like, nope, not going to let it happen. Not like just a huge drop. Like without this little pivot, it makes this work less. But clearly sometimes it still works. It works earlier. Worked earlier. So we're stalling at the prominent point of control from 2 or 3 days ago. 2 days ago? I think it's Tuesday. The big down day. Yeah, Tuesday. We're pausing there, but we're probably going to break it. If I had to guess, I don't think it's going to act as resistance, honestly. I think we might be going a high day, to be completely honest. And then if we go through high day, we might even go through the single prints. So this is the only reason I was more aggressive here was because I really do think that there's a chance that this could rock it. I really do. I don't know it will, but it can. And that's why I'm holding runners, because it's when it does work, it works well. And this is technically a supernova. It broke over this, it came back. No, it didn't give us this one, but then it trapped off that green one and it went. This one, it would have been better if this was a star, but it still works. The problem here would be if all the volume was on the low. And it's not, it's at the high. I think we're good. Yeah, we could retrace that whole move. Oh, there's still 40 minutes left, right? Like if you're short, that's scary. So I'm not getting. I've already paid for the risk, right? I've already sold half of it at 10 points, so I'm already at half size, right? So like worst case scenario, it becomes a very small stop. I was willing to risk an entire stop when I first took it, and I was willing to risk an entire stop here too. So there's really no reason to move the stop unless I've got a new low that makes sense to put my stop under, and I don't, right? Like I don't want to be stopped out if it comes back to my buy, and I could get stopped out here, but chances are it's going to hit me. So you could go like 11,620, but God, don't go back to if it's going anywhere, it's going to come right back to my buy at that green level that we've identified earlier as important and bounce. It's done that over and over again. Like look at how often it reacts to that green level, right? So if it comes back here, it probably bounces. So I'm not moving my stop. If it breaks this one, it should relatively easily go through the single prints. I'll be honest. I don't think any of this is real resistance. I think that was a little bit of fear, and that's it. They trapped these guys good. Like I said, they didn't need to get trapped. That's the funny part. People just got really aggressive down here for no reason. I was talking, it just didn't make any sense. Like it's like, what? Why are you selling this? Like don't waste all your bolts here. And this was the hint. It was like, wait, why is that working? Right? Like I could have been aggressive and taken it, but it didn't make sense, and yet it worked. So it was like, hold on a second. These sellers are gone. Whoever was selling up here was done. And so the retail guys or whatever, the hedge funds that tried to continue it got totally torched. And then someone probably missed their buy order, so they're like, hey, let's see if we can bring this back down. And they stole some from these guys, which included me, and then popped it back up. I joined them, and now it should be Freebird. So we are long one. We are long one. And remember, there was a time I went green to red, taking that first one, and so you really do need to have your plan solidified, because I could have easily bought this, got stopped out, and chickened out on this one, and been really, really upset. Because then I would have gone green to red on the day, and I would have missed an opportunity to like end my day potentially, high water mark, you know. Like I could walk away right now and be at high water mark, which is like pretty cool. But I see the potential here for this to turn into something bigger, so I'm going to hold it. It might not work out this time, right? But in the past, when I bail and it goes, it's so frustrating that there's just sometimes you just have to let it go. And like I said, if it comes all the way back and stops me out, it's okay. It's just a small partial stop because I already took profits on the way up. So this is just runners. Like, will I give up a couple $100 that could have been like nice to have? Yeah. But every time it goes 50 points, I'd miss it. Right? And I'd be pissed anyway. So like if I'm gonna be upset with that, why even move my stop when like what's the difference, right? Between losing 5 or losing 10, whatever it was, 10 points on 5, I don't know, on half my contracts. Like, why even worry about that when I was willing to take the full 10-point stop on 2 contracts when I took the trade? I've already actually made money on 10 points of them with 1 contract. So like the stop is, it's minuscule. It's like, would it put me back? Yeah, but like it's not going to kill my account. And yet, if it actually works, and we run through those single prints, like this could be a banner day, right? So it's hard not to move your stop to break even, but that would have hit me if I would have gone to break even. That would have taken me out, and I'd be like, I just want to stay green. You know, it was a good day. I didn't short, blah blah blah, right? Like that, and there's nothing wrong with that, but like at my level, I should be holding it. That's the thing. Like as you're learning a process and figuring out how it works and how you're gonna react to it, like it makes sense. Just take the freaking money, right? But once you've been doing this for a while, like you gotta get it. You gotta let it pay you when it sets up, you know. And when there's an opportunity for a 100-point move possible, 50 to 100-point move, it's in my opinion, it's wrong to take 10 points there and let it go and not stick with it. And if you're going to do that, you're better off taking all at 10 points rather than take 10 points on half and then move your stop to break even, because then you didn't even make 10 points on your full size. You only made half size. So it's like taking the trade with half size and taking it all up at 10 points when you thought you had a chance for a 50-point move. Like, you're not taking advantage of your edge, you know? If you believe in your edge and you think you've got a chance to rip some shorts up, like, you know, take the shot. You don't have to do it on like, don't YOLO your whole account or anything, but like, I was willing to take that 10-point stop, no problem, on full size, right? So, yeah, if it comes all the way back on me and takes me out on half size, like, should I be upset? Like, no more upset than I would have been if I got stopped out the first time, right? So, yeah, but I've got every right to be upset if it goes 100 points without me. Every right. That should upset you. Because why are we doing this? Right? Why do we sit here all freaking day? Like, either it's to scalp 10 points over and over and over again, or it's to scalp 10 points and potentially catch the runner that pays you a week's worth of gains. Because honestly, you guys, you don't need to do that every day. Do that once a month, right? And you can double your account in a year, I swear. If not more. Like, all it takes is once a month to get that big 100-point trade. Because then you'll be able to take the little trades with bigger size later on. The bigger that cushion is, those gains become like soldiers on your army, right? Because for a long time I was trading, remember, a year ago, you guys, I was trading 2 to 4 micros. And now I'm trading NQ, right? 2 of them. So I've gone from having a good day. Like, if I held the runners, I did everything right with 2 or 3 or 4 micros, my great day would be like 250, which was, you know, respectable. It was like I, made $250 like clicking freaking buttons. I mean, a lot of people work all day doing a lot harder and only get paid $200 a day. It's not bad. But when I then can have a trade that pays me 3 grand in 15 minutes for a risk of $400, like, you better friggin' believe I'm gonna take it, even if it only works 30% of the time to the 100 points or whatever. Like, yeah, I'm gonna take that shot, right? Especially when all day I've been accumulating 10 points, like strikes all throughout the day. So I won't even be down $400 if I'm wrong, right? I'll just be like break even. Like, it's like, okay, next day. But yeah, you can't miss. You can't give up the opportunity for the big play on purpose, out of fear. Because then you really your risk reward, your risk reward is not as good as you think it is if you never let the trade run. And I'm not saying you have to hit your target exactly, but if you were firing for, if you had your target at like 50 points above, and you took your first profit at 10, like, don't bail at 20, right? Like, get 45, 46, like, get a big chunk of that. Let it work, at least, Now that I've pulled back to my break-even point here, this is probably the first place where trailing your stop sort of makes sense, by the way. If I break over this, it really shouldn't come back. So if you want to know when the heck do you take, if you want to trail your stop, you need these lows, these higher lows to come in. Because remember, this could be an additional trade. You could actually add here. Purple bar, green bar or purple bar, diamond. Those are both aggressive continuation trades. So I could have bought here with 2 micros and I'd put my stop right under this. So trailing my stop now, maybe that makes sense. Because if this trade doesn't work, what are the chances that this one's going to work, But I really wanted to break over this first. And then I'd probably put it at like 15. Which is just a little bit lower than break even. All right, let's do that in case like we got, a stupid news thing or whatever. At this point, should be good. So my entry is 11, 6, 14, 25. Okay. So this is where I'm going to trail my stop. But notice how different it is than trailing your stop when you got 10 points. Because if you put your stop there, you get nailed and you miss it, right? So you got to take those 10 points, you got to take a deep breath and let it come back and rest, and then wait for it to break out before you do any trailing. Now if you want to aggressively trail it, fine, because now it's a 30-point trade, right? That's good for me. Like 30-point trades are good, right? So at this point, if you want to be a little more aggressive with it, fine. It's broken a high, right? Like I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But what you don't want to do is take 10 points, think I could get 30 to 50 here, and then trail to break even and see it go 100. God, that sucks. And I feel passionately about it because I literally do it at least once a month. And all you'd have to do is hold it for once a month, and your whole trading career changes. Like that little tiny tweak of just, you know what, let's grow some nuts and try it. Let's let it work. On as small of size as I need to make it. Let's just let it do its thing. And yeah, sometimes it's going to come back, roll all the way back, take you out, and you're going to be upset. But all it takes is a few of those to work to make that worthwhile. And I really do think we can break a high day. I really do. And Q adds up fast. So all of a sudden, remember, before I took this trade, I was up $480 on my entire day, right? All 3 accounts. That was my total. Now on this one trade with this one contract, we're already making that much. Just for doing a little bit of analysis and recognizing that it looks a lot more bearish than it really is, right? And again, did I know it was going to happen? No, I didn't know, right? But did I see the potential for it? Yeah. So you stick with it. ES doing the same damn thing. Man, I wish I would have held those calls. That sucks. It's okay. What I think is going to happen, we may get stuck in here. It may not break higher day. It may just get stuck in here on ES and just consolidate. So just be aware that might be what's happening. And then we would like triangle and then out like in a day or two. That's possible. It does not have to happen today. In fact, there's only 30 minutes left. So, whoops. Yeah. So it may just stall, right? This is that market profile anomaly. That's what that color means, that yellow zone. It's not super strong for resistance, and it's already been tested a few times, and we've broken through it pretty easily. So I can probably remove it, but it was also a previous day's high. They might be done. That really should not have acted as strong resistance. That sucks. Yeah, I really don't want to give up this red line. If VPOT gets under there, it's probably done. Like, price could technically get under it, but they need to save it right away. And they may just not be ready to go. And that's okay. See, now they shifted VPOC under it. Let's see if they spike it. Now that VPOC's been shifted under that red line, they really need to spike it here. Otherwise, I could probably just get rid of the trade. It'd still be a pretty good win. VPOC should not be under there on a bearish bar. They really need to spike it right here now. I mean, it's a good trade either way, though. Even if it's done here, it's a good trade. So. They want it so bad. You can see how hard they're fighting. Everyone knows that those single prints could totally go, but I don't know if they're ready. It does not look like they are. Damn. Looks like they're not ready yet. Oh. They trying. Go. See, they'll print that star. See how much energy this is taking? That's why that's why there's going to be a star there if they can close it bullish. And then it needs to, and then really they can't put any volume under that. So that will be, I could actually, if they could, it's funny, like if they close it bearish here, it's in big trouble. If they close it bullish here, it's really aggressive, like bull, but it means that if they get under it, I can actually release it. So I'd really like them to close it bullish here. Otherwise, the problem now is that we don't have a lot of time, but we may need to consolidate a bit before we break through those single prints. So it's not wrong just to release the trade if they can't close this bullish, simply because, normally it wouldn't be, but simply because you've already gotten 30 or 40 points in the trade and there's barely any time left. if they can't close this one bullish here, like it's gonna need to pull back a bit, and we're gonna run out of time, right? If they can close it bullish, we're in really good shape, and then they should not get that bar, that yellow line underneath the star bar on a bearish bar. So this is like it's unusual to get this opportunity, but this is giving me an opportunity to actually exit the trade early if they're unable to hold this, and it'll still be a really strong trade. But let's see if they can close it bullish, we're in great shape. If not, it's going to chop around for a little bit. Normally I'd hold it, but I won't this time. There we go. See, it'll close above that anomaly then, and then next step would be volume shifting higher if it's bullish. They're just not letting anyone out of that short trade. It's not bearish. I want to make that perfectly clear, and it's also not wrong just to hold this until you get stopped out, because it's probably going higher. The problem is for me is that I need to be out of the market at the close. With my leveraged futures account, so I can't just hold overnight. Otherwise, I would. If I had calls, I would not be selling them. Right? But if you want to just like say, hey, 60 points or 50 points, that's a great trade. I'm all about it. That is a great trade, right? Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. If you just want to say that's good enough for me, now you can. You knew it had an opportunity to maybe go higher, and rather than 10 points, you get 50 points. That's a good fucking day. Right? I'm going to see what happens at these single prints, but now that I have that bullish star, that white star, I know they could go under and test they could get price underneath that and then immediately bounce it, but they should not put volume below that star unless they are done. That aggressive buyer needs to be the start of another impulse move higher. Otherwise, this is the high for a while. And so if you just want to bail on it, that's cool, right? But I'm not going to. Because I know now I really should not be seeing even 30. I shouldn't even be seeing 11.635. Like even that really should hold. So I can now move my stop up once again. And that guarantees me like a 35 or a 25 point trade. That's pretty darn good. Guaranteed. No risk now. Right? That's it. And then if it wants to keep going, cool. But a free 25 points at $20 a point, I'm cool with that. It may have to come back down here. Like I said, it's not a bad choice just to let it go. But I have a guaranteed win. Even if they come all the way back down here, I've got a guaranteed win. So I'm going to see if they can't. But the close might get in our way, though. We'll see. This is difficult resistance to break. Remember, this was that. This was the what's it called? Did they get over it? Did they get over the excess? They didn't. Okay, this was the previous excess from the previous high, not the biggest high, but the previous high. They're trying to use that previous excess as a new resistance. They trade under the red level again. So they need to save this. And because it's the end of the day, they might not. Right? And I might get trailed out. But it's a strong trade either way. And I had a chance to like double my account, so I'm going to take it. Because I've seen these squeeze like mad at the end of the day when they want to. It's really got to bounce right here off that Buddha range level. This is where it needs to bounce, pretty much. Here, not at all. Bullish bar, and we are in good shape for high day. That's all I could say. I wish there was more time. Like 11,698 is the first place where I would expect it might get stuck. If it does go through those single prints. So we could literally be seeing another 50 points if they'll just save this level. If they don't, I'm out of the trade and it's all good. But I would happily take another 50 points and be not greedy at that point. Basically sell at any sign of bearish aggression. But I don't know if it's going to work because it's the end of the day. You know, they might just give up on it. The buyers just might be like, let's just deal with it tomorrow. Especially with PPI coming, like they might just be done with it, right? And that's okay. I'm not going to lose anything. I'm going to actually have a great gain even if that happens. So at this point, if they get 43, I really don't need to stay in because then that'll be a bearish bar with an orthodox close, a high that's lower than the star. So that would get me a good 30 some points. So I will put it at 43 and we'll sit there. And if they take me, they take me. But from 15 to 43 is a monster trade for me, right? I usually get 10 to 12. So a 30-point trade is great. But if they want to rip it here, I will happily ride the squeeze with them. But they need to do it here. It's just time is running out, and they need to save this aggressive buyer. They can't close it down here, otherwise it's done for me. For me. It might still go, but I'm not going to be able to stick with the trade anymore. I don't even think it was wrong to get rid of it up here if you wanted to. You know, I think that's also okay. Because a 50-point trade is awesome. I just have vision of a 100-point trade up here. If they do rip through this, there is a good chance that this gets hit. Good chance. Literally the only thing in the way is the bell and the PPI tomorrow. But there might be enough shorts worried about the PPI that actually helps us. So like purple bar followed by a star here, like you could technically, even if you're not in the trade yet, like you could actually buy that. No divergence yet. It's not dead. Like it's still got life. Look, it's holding above the neutral range, the green. It's bouncing off the green with the purple bar. Like there's lots of reasons this could continue. But if it takes another bearish bar here, it's probably done for the time being. It'll just rest here. So close to taking me out. Looks like they're gonna stop, trail my stop. Let's see. Are they gonna hit my trailed stop? Not yet. And one way or another, I'm going to make like 500 bucks on this account. So I'm going to hit my target one way or another, which is awesome. The only mistake was not taking this trade in all the accounts, but I wasn't super confident with it. Looks like they're gonna get me. Okay, so that's fine. So still made. Here, I'll show you on the big one, the big screen. So that's probably it for the day, if I had to guess. And that puts me up like a little more than 350 in both of my accounts. So at one point I was up 500 in that account, but that's okay. Like I said, I was committed to the plan of if we can continue the regression, that 50-point trade, I thought I had another 50 points here potentially. So, but it was nice that they put in this aggressive buyer, so I didn't have to have my stop so low, because otherwise I really would have had my stop down here. So like this should get retraced pretty easily once you get under this guy. So once they got under this with a non-purple bar and the POC is below this low, it's momentum slowing. Any questions about that trade, you guys? I hope that anybody who took that with me understood what they were doing. But if you look at the chart, the idea is there's liquidity sitting up here, and there's a relatively good chance if the sellers are trapped and looking to get squeezed, that they would break this high before pulling back. The thing is there is very little time left at the end of the day, and they're stuck in this area, so they could instead come all the way back down here and do the same thing on the other side. That's also possible before coming back up, right? Like they may just be expanding the range of the balance so that they can re-auction some of this early price action. That would be very normal too. So we got a pretty good read that this low would probably get bought. I didn't buy it, but I mentioned before that was probably what was going to happen. I waited for a higher low. I missed this one. I took this one, rode it all the way up, took profits on the way up. Had a chance to get out right at the top basically, but thought that it could come up and break through this if it could hold. It came through the voodoo range level, and I knew that I could get rid of it because there was an aggressive buyer up there. And so, rather than getting 50 points, I think I said 30 or something like that. So it's, you know what I mean? It's good. It's still good. Notice we did have bearish divergence on these indicators. See how the indicators are going down, but the price is going up. It's just like 6 different indicators overlaid on each other, because when they have confluence, it's usually meaningful like this. And then when there's no confluence, like here, it's usually choppy. So here, you had no confluence and we had a divergent high, right? So it would make sense to try to pull back there. They tried to pull back and they put a divergent low in, but no confluence. Pulled back up, got stuck in the middle. So which way does it go now? Well, it's possible that this is a bigger move that's just distributing here, and then it actually goes lower. That's still possible. But if they were going to do that, what you would think is that they would come up here and steal the liquidity first, and then roll it over. So we'll see. But now it's the last 15 minutes of the day, so I'm not gonna trade anymore. This is a great time to ask questions, you guys. If you have questions, let me know, and I will try to answer them, especially if it's about the trade or the day. It really wasn't that exciting of a day. You know, this was really the best trade opportunity we had all day. I was a little bit late to get into it, but I think I managed it okay. I mean, if you get 30 plus points on a trade using this system, you're doing pretty good. Because this system is meant to get 10 to 12 points per trade. And it's really good at doing that. But every once in a while, you will stumble on a big one. It's very tempting to try to chase him back up, but like I said, once you got this, if you've got the algo and you see this aggressive buyer getting beat, usually they're going to sell this. So it doesn't mean they'll never break that high. It's just not in this session, probably. They're going to have to rest first. We saw the same exact thing over here, right? where they broke under them. And then if what I expected is come back up to retest. But it's just funny, this is the exact same spot. And they're doing the same thing. Drop a guy at the high, break him down with an aggressive seller, everybody gives up. It's literally the same thing twice. Here, it'll be obvious on the bigger time frame. Oh, that's too big. That's too big. Right at that white level, see that? So we should be able to see it here. All the way up. Trap them. Everyone gives up. Seller gets trapped. They try to save him. Seller gets trapped. They get stuck at that previous point of excess. Seller comes into the market. Everybody gives up. And note, before, right, we were chunking around this this prominent point of control. Now they're trying to use it as resistance, and it's failing, which means that this will probably not bounce. And I can probably delete it from my charts, assuming they don't bounce it here. Because we've thoroughly negotiated it, gotten above it, gotten below it, gotten above it, right? Like they've already figured it out. They already know which way they want to put it. Now we just have to see which one holds. So if it's up above it, down below it, up above it, reject, it's done. But look, that didn't happen. They tried that. It failed, right? So I do believe that level is done. Unless they bounce it here. And they might. You know what they're going to need to bring this volume up? They're going to need to get some aggressive buyers to save that midpoint. Look at how they've tried to spend all this time up at the top, but they can't get it over the neutral zone. It's a sign that this is actually consolidation and not bullish momentum. Like a bear flag, if you will. So big breakdown, come back about 75% of the way. They try to save it at the 50, it probably fails. If I had to guess. The other way to look at this, is are there any levels here? And it's underneath. See that they tried to save the 38.2, which would usually hold if it's it holds when it's a strong trend. That was 61.8. That was 61.8. So that puts us back at 11,615 if they get 61.8 retracement. And by that point, they're underneath all this resistance. It does look like that level is done, which is great. It means we made a really good choice. Maybe not the one with the best results, right? The best results was just sell up here. But you don't know that's the best results because they could bounce and keep going. So if I can not lose money and still get a chance to see a huge trade and then also get paid 25 plus points, that's a good decision in my opinion. Because sometimes that move is gonna go 100 points, right? And then sometimes it's going to go 90 points and it's going to pull back. And by that point, I'm going to be able to trail my stop even closer and I maybe get 60 on it. But you'd have to really think about like, what are the chances that it goes 50 and what are the chances that it goes 100? If the chances that it goes 50 like it did are like 1 in 3, but the chances that it goes 100 are 1 in 30, you just take it at 50, right? So it's just a matter of what you don't want to be dreaming of the fact that it could go higher. You have to actually believe that it has a chance. Okay, this is coming off my chart because it's no longer relevant. We're just trading right through it, which is wonderful news. Less on the chart and also better chance of rotations. They're going to try to save this green level again. It's probably not going to work. Oh, we broke over this, so there's actually a shift to there. Okay, so now short under this. Purple bar, green bar. They're trying to save this neutral zone. It's going to stay bullish. You could actually buy this for a scalp if you don't think it's very bearish. That's not horrible. It's a trap. And a purple bar, green bar, if it closes, that's not bad. I don't mind that at all. You could see it's getting underneath this one. If they can close it bullish, it's a sign that they're going to try to. Now, they might not trigger it. I never trade in the last 15 or 20 minutes anyway. I never enter a trade, so I wouldn't be taking it, but. And it looks like it's not going to trigger, so nobody lost any money. That's good. Let me just make sure everyone in the room is going okay. Yep. Looks like everyone did okay. No one complaining. That's a good sign. And at least one person got this one. This one, sorry, the trap. They probably didn't hold it for 100 points. But 70 points. But they probably got something. If it were me, I probably would have taken most of my profit here because I didn't think this was going to work. And then, yeah, if I see it reject out of there, I'm probably done with it. No way I get more than 30 points on that. But again, 30 points is a good trade. I just did that just now, right? Like, they're hard, but they're not impossible. And one way or another, you know, scalping throughout the day, making one obvious mistake in retrospect of like a misclick that I could have gotten out of. Instead, I took a full stop on it for no reason. It even gave me a chance to get out of break even, and I didn't. Considering that, and then I also had missed a couple opportunities. The fact that I'm ending the day up plus 300 on 2 accounts is pretty good. Especially since I didn't use the copier today, since it was I thought it was pretty much straight up with no rotation, followed by like that choppy mess in the middle. I didn't really think it was a good day to like risk my whole account. So I traded them individually, and I planned on getting 1 to 500 and then moving on to the next one, but unfortunately the what's it called, that loss pushed me back, and so I decided to switch to the other account and then make sure I don't tilt. And then once I built up the other account, I switched back to the first one, and it did trigger, and got that one back too. So $600 or $700 in a day, I'm happy. All I got to do is not lose a bunch and just keep running the system. On a day like this, though, when you don't get a lot of opportunities, just not losing is all that matters. I don't think this made it for 10 points yet. Triggered at 25.50. Ooh, we missed it by 2 ticks. That would have sucked. But notice, if it's a higher low and this pink diamond comes on, if it's really bullish, it continues. So if that doesn't work, you need to pause. Right? If that doesn't give you 10 points, it's not bullish. And if you draw the DVP, if you draw where the volume was on the way up and the way down, you can see that we've gotten under that volume build on that micro composite. So pushes back into there, maybe sold. And again, that's one of the reasons I was able to get rid of that here, that trade, that long, is that I knew all the volume was up here with the aggressive trader. And once we got thoroughly under him, there was really no reason to hold through all this. And note, I would have gotten trailed out at break even, which would have sucked. But my initial stop has not yet been hit. So if I would have left my stop alone, I potentially get the chance to ride this back up to basically where I exited anyway. So isn't that kind of cool? By not trailing your stop and leaving it down here and just waiting for the close, you end up getting basically the same result as aggressively exiting as it rises. So that's just, as long as you don't trail your stop to break even, that's really the only mistake. Because then you get hit here and here, right? So you miss this 50-point move and you miss this 30-point move. Oh, this one would have paid. So still bullish. Those diamonds are still producing rises on higher lows, even though it's kind of a complex pullback. It's a higher low on a bigger picture. See that? Higher low, right? Where it gets tricky is it's like, well, I'm at a higher low here, so isn't this a lower low? And it's like, well, yeah, but not on the bigger time frame. Like on the bigger time frame, it's bullish, and it's not taking out like main supports. This one was just a little impulse move that we call a complex pullback because it never took out the one behind it. So yeah, the only two choices, well, three choices. Pick a target, exit the target. Otherwise, leave your stop exactly where you're at. That makes a lot of sense to me. Otherwise, leave your target where it's at until you've made you've got a new reason to get long, and then scoot your stop up there, but then aggressively exit if you get a sell signal as well, which is here, right? Those two are the main ones. The one you don't want to do is take 10 points, move your stop to break even, get stopped out, see it go without you. That's what you don't want to do. And of course, the other thing you can do is take 10 points, get out, get in again, take 10 points, get out, get in again, take 10 points, and you get 30 points that way too, right? So one way or another, you're going to get 10 points on the first one and probably 30 points on the runner, if not more, as long as you don't trail to break even. Or if you do trail to break even, make sure that you get out right away when there's a sign of aggression as well. Because by trailing the stop to break even, you're basically giving up on your bigger picture idea anyway. Because chances are the only way it's going to work is by going there immediately and never pulling back at all, or it's going to go there by going to your break even point and then ripping. So break even is like the worst place to put your stop. It's just you fearing taking the stop that you already agreed that you were willing to take earlier. So it was, as we expected, it came right back to this volume build. Right, the pink line here of this move down and got stuck. So if you were bearish, this is where you start considering buying puts. This is it. But the question is are you still bearish considering that we made a lower low and ripped, right? Like, is that really bearish? Like, I know this from up here might look bearish, but look where we came back to. And look what we did, right? Usually you're going to retrace at least back up to this one, if not this one. You're going to hit some of these lines because it's an opportunity to steal some stops. So usually that's not bearish. Meaning I wouldn't even get rid of, had I bought this, I probably would hold till the close in case they go and squeeze it. And that's exactly the kind of thing they do, is they do a really, really deep pullback and then rip all the way through it. And literally the only one who makes money, well, who makes the big money, are the brave ones who held through that entire pullback, or the aggressive ones that kept buying and buying and buying and buying and just committed to taking that long and never considered going short. What is very hard to do, that people forget how hard it is to buy this, sell this, buy this. It looks easy in retrospect, but to be confident in both of those decisions is really tough. And most of us probably aren't good enough to do it. Like, we might think we are, but And there are some who are. But for most of us, if we buy this one and then sell this one, chances are we don't buy here because we're bearish. You know, you could sell this and then as it comes up, sell that, or buy this, get out, buy this. But it's pretty hard to flip back and forth exactly at the right spot. I probably know 2 or 3 traders who do that really well. And I know a lot of traders. And I know maybe 2 or 3 that can do it. Everybody else I know can read a market, they can trade, right? But they do better if they just pick a direction, have a bias, and go with that bias. With enough experience and with a really systematic trading program, you can trade both directions. It's just not something I recommend to anyone if you're new to a procedure, because you're not going to have confidence when it's time to actually pull the trigger. All right, that is the close. Let me just show you on the candle chart what we're doing. Right, is there the sellers are defending this 50% retrace of that big day, right? They're defending it after the accumulation underneath that day. Spiked up, we're trying to hold it. So what probably happens next? Either we come up here, steal this liquidity, possibly rip all the way through here and just squeeze out, probably in response to the PPI. We're likely going to need some sort of a trigger to get through this, but that's definitely a possibility. Otherwise, we may come up, steal the liquidity up here, and roll over, right? And then this would be really easy to trade through. So if we take this low now and get back into this balance area, we're probably going to go to these lows. We're going to go under this low if we break this one. So it's kind of a dangerous spot. And it's probably going to stay in here until we have a trigger to do one or the other. So overnight, you're either going to see steal liquidity here, react, steal liquidity here, react, and just continue inside this range. That's very likely. Otherwise, you might get an expanding range, and then the big move happens with PPI. Those are the 2 most likely things overnight. But one way or another, once we get that PPI number, or else whatever else the market wants to respond to, if there's big news overnight or something, it'll likely either take this out, or else it'll retrace all of this day and take this 11,805 out. So I believe by tomorrow's close, our high will either be 11,805 or higher, or our low will be at least below this, 11,474, probably lower than that, right? 11,419.25 maybe. Trade down to 11,400. That makes sense, honestly. If this is just like a little dead cat that is rolled over, because the indicators are bearish, right? Big picture, there's bearish momentum. But if you look far back, if you look back enough, what you'll see is that this is just a big balance zone, and we're just at the lower distribution of that. So it also makes sense, even if it's still bearish, to come up here and test 11,900 or 11,850. That's very normal, right? That's very normal. And those ranges are big enough that you could technically swing. And if it does do that, if it goes up, these guys up here at 12,200 are actually vulnerable to get swept. So considering that, I think what I prefer, and look on the higher time frame, you have, let me make sure this is lined up. Yeah, you have a nice curvature here on the indicators. See that? But look how the volume indicator got way ahead of itself. Usually that's got to dip back before you really get a big bounce. So it looks to me like we're trying to accumulate here, but we've made some bearish looking hidden divergences. If it's still, so if it's bearish, well, you could almost draw like a trend line here and expect it to more or less hold, give or take, right? But that in the meantime, you're going to get these little spikes. Let me find another one earlier. This. So we could be doing this, right? Where we try to spike out of it, but then the next step is come down, steal liquidity underneath the previous low, spike up, steal the liquidity above that previous high, and then go lower, right? So it would be like this, this, this. That, if I had to guess, that's what I think is going to happen. I think we actually get this whole range tested. I just don't know which one happens first. But the fact that we couldn't break over this in regular trading hours tells me that overnight we're probably going to retrace most of it, you know? And then the PPI will, if it's bullish, if the reaction is bullish to the PPI, what we'll probably do is spike under the lows and then bounce and break through here, right? If the reaction is going to be bearish, it'll just dump. And then we're going to retrace all this, right, back into here. Because this zone here, from 11,400 all the way down to 10,900, that whole area will easily be traded through again. And we might just have to sit around in here. The way it would work is you'd come all the way down first, skip underneath a low, like maybe one of these, 10,775, and then you'd spike back up and you'd sit in this zone for like a week. That would suck, but I could see it. So yeah, I wanted to be bullish, and on the smaller time frame, there was a lot of opportunity here. But the fact that we could not steal that liquidity even, let alone break above it into these single prints, tells me that this seller is at least trying to suggest that he's not done yet. So chances are anybody who bought the close is going to be losing by tomorrow unless the PPI is really bullish. So that's what I would say. Overnight, we're gonna balance. So stick with mean reversion, sell from up here, buy from down here, right? Don't buy above 11,598, and don't sell below 11,648, more or less, and just like trade that 50-point range. So what that looks like here, it's not going to be very exciting, but what it looks like here is sell this and buy this. That's all it's going to be. And so it's sell where we are now, right? Sell all of this, and then don't buy unless you take some of these lows. That's the way I would look at it. This one in particular, where is this pivot? Wait, did I have that right? The green one. Yeah, that green level's still good. See, we're the volume zone oscillator is trying to get out of the neutral zone, which would be bearish. Right? But that would give us a lower low than this, and that low would then have to get taken out. Otherwise, we're going to get hidden divergence. So this green line should still be good to buy for the time being. But take this low out, and we might get lower. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you want to buy it one more time here, but you can probably sell this. Interesting. Okay, no questions, you guys? Did you learn anything? Or at least entertained? I know it's busy, but it's a cool system, and you build it over time, you know? It's a lot easier on Simon's charts. This is a lot easier to understand. But yeah, the more you play with this, the more you want to test out new ideas. So it's that one. Hold on, let me just erase the lines here. So that's the level. And then up here, it's that one, more or less. See that? It just creates like this zone. Right, so we need to, you could consider buying down here. But if I had to guess, I'd say they're going to reject this. Right, and eventually, whoever owns this little area is going to be winning. Now, another way to do this, another way to draw this, and the way that Simon does, is rather than using the indicator, he uses 3-bar combos. So whenever you've got these little blue triangles, and on mine it's the purple flags. So on mine, it's these, right? And so if you have an up and a down, it'll usually be up blue triangle and then down red triangle and then down blue triangle, just like that, with 3 bars or the range of 3 bars all together like that. Here, hold on, let me just make sure this is, I don't think I have it. They look too big. Yeah, there we go. So if you've got this pattern here with the triangles, you can mark that off. And then the way it works generally is if you can get a bar above it and then a bar that comes below it, which didn't happen here, it's got to get all the way below it, it can't touch it. Then as you come back up here, it can reject and become resistance. And then the other way about it is if you can get below it and then above it and then come back and bounce, it can be bullish. But here we got above it, and then it held. And so really, you want to get below it too, right? But if I go far enough back, you'll find another one. It's got to be 3 bars or the range of 3. Here, this is another one. So super choppy action, right? We get above it here. It technically backside tests and then bounces, but we're not really looking for that. We want to get under it. The purple bar gets totally under it. All right. Now, if we get over it again, which happens here, now pullbacks into it, into the zone, can probably be bought. And the hard part about this, oh, hold on, let me make sure this is right. The hard part about this is which one do you buy? Because you can see if you bought this one, right, after it gets activated here, getting above it, below it, above it again, if you come back in and you immediately buy it, you're like the way I did, right? I bought this one. You're usually going to get stopped, but then you have to get right back in again the next time because this is technically the trigger. The problem here is that your stop, I shouldn't say your stop, the point where you know you're wrong, right, is actually getting underneath this purple box. So I don't want to take that much risk, so I'm still going to take the stop, right? But if it sets up again inside there and it's given it basically retakes this level is what it does. And then it can get out. Now look, this one, you can't just say buy from down at the bottom because it got up over again, it came down, and now it bounces right out of it. So my friend in the room, Daniel, he says the way he looks at it, and I think this makes sense, is if you have a slow market that's choppy and back and forth, and not like fast, checks an area, leaves an area, but instead you're like back and forth through and through and through over and over and over again. What you can do is you can actually skip the first one because this first bounce is usually going to fail because of all of this resistance. But then if they break it, see how this breaks it, right? And then they pull back and they signal again, those subsequent bounces are usually good. So he wouldn't buy this or this. We've missed this little move, but he'd buy number 2 bounce and number 3 bounce, which is pretty clever, right? And so on this one, we've gotten over it. And when they tried to get under it, they saved it, so that's a scalp. But now if they get under it and then over it again, then they would bounce and then find resistance, and then number 2 and number 3 would be good. So let's see. Let's go back and just see if we can find another one. It's got to be 3 bars in a row here, right here. 3 bars with the triangles. 1, 2, 3 triangles in a row like that. Okay, we don't get over it with a full bar. They save it. That's a scalp. Okay, when they reject it like that with aggression, that's actually a scalp, in my opinion. Star, pink bar, star, rejecting it, that's a scalp. Pink bar, star, rejecting, that's a scalp. All through there, you can scalp through, as long as it's choppy. Now you've gotten under it, right? So there's no trade back into it yet. But now when you've gotten over it again, if they come back in and they reject, now we know to look for the subsequent bounces to buy, right? Well, this time they did not get it, right? They did not get it. And so you could extend it, but they made another one that they're going to use. So, but if we use that first one, let's just take this one off. This one ends up being the exact same. It lines up perfectly with that. So you get under it again. Right, so it was, remember, it's got to be under, over, under, right? Now, if we reject, the first one's likely to stop, right? It gave you a little bit of something, but it's not really going to work very well. Now, if we save it, it's a scalp, back to the other side. So scalp short, scalp. No, there's no signal here, though. So probably not scalp short. It doesn't save it. But here it does. Right? So that could be a long scalp. We get under, over. Can't get under it, scalp long. It's the same exact spot. So we have not gotten the second rejection with aggressor. This one broke through it. Doesn't count. It's got a hold. It would be, yeah, now that we've gotten over it, I think you have to redo it. So now over, scalp up. We need to get under it. So let's try another one. That one lined up with the first one, so that didn't really count. Let's erase lines and let's just back up and see if we can find another one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, right? I don't think we get under this. But let's see if we can find some scalps, if nothing else. Actually, guys, hold on. Let me, it's the end of the day. Let me just run and grab a banana. I haven't eaten for 18 hours. And then I'll come back and we'll do some more of this, okay? Hold on real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. We'll stick with this. I know it's been a pretty long stream, but anybody who stuck around for this gets a little bit of extra coaching. So let's see if I can figure this out. Simon introduced this morning. It's actually an old idea, just with a little bit of a new twist. Oh, did I not? Hold on. Yeah, old idea, new twist on an old idea. Bless you, cat. So what we're looking for, I'm doing it on Simon's for now, but if I can confirm that it's working on Simon's, I'll try it on mine and see if maybe there's additional signals that might help us. But sometimes things are easier to see on Simon's first because there's not as many signals. So let me just show it to you here. So what we're looking for is 3 triangles in a row, 2 of them being blue and 1 of them either being orange or red like this, right? So triangle up, triangle down like that. And then we're going to mark the area and we're going to extend it. Now, I don't think this one, for the trade to work, you need to get back into the zone. And for the big one, there's 2 setups, basically. One of them is where you get over the area, under the area, over the area, and then start retesting into it. And usually then the second one or the third one will work. The other one is to get over it, and then when you get back into it, they fail to take, they save it, basically. They hold that level or defend that level, and you get trade opportunities right at the low. So here you got over it, they came back in, they try to take the top one, and that's a reason not to get into that purple bar star, because we should expect that those first few tests get traded under. That's just normal. No, cat, that's mine. Why are you eating my protein bar, dude? What the hell? I feed you. Leave my food alone. Okay. So, yeah, we would expect this to stop most of the time. But you'd really hope that it comes back to here. And it just didn't, right? I have another signal on this one, if I remember correctly. These are both green trap bars on mine. But on Simon's, they weren't anything. But you didn't get the test below for that to work, and then we never returned to that level. Oh, wait, we did. So here's the scalp. Save the level with a purple bar, a green bar, and that's good to go. So that's a very good scalp. It doesn't always do this. And what I'm wondering is, because we couldn't get under it, could it be that now this becomes support, and perhaps the next tests out of it might be good to go? See that? Could be. We never got under it. We get a scalp, it becomes support. Okay. Hard part about this is they show up a lot. Now, this one's stacked right on top of it. Right? So look how this happens. Look what happens here. Trade under it. Nothing to do. Right? Trade over it. Nothing to do. Now, if we can get under it and then reject, it can be a short at the edge, or if they save it, it can be a long at the bottom. So this one would normally be a long, but it ran into this one. And so now this whole zone, I believe, becomes the level that needs to hold, I think. And so for the short to work, I believe you have to get under both of them. Let's see. So that doesn't work. Makes sense. You can't get under it. Just like this one later on, where you can't get under it. It comes up and bounces off of it. here, you can't get under it. It comes up, bounces off of it. Interesting. So there's potentially a trade here. Come on, cat. So you trap this star and you get it here in the same way as you'd fail to get through it and get along here. Okay, and so like over, under the top one, right? So now you'd have to go over and then back test. Over. So this is the second over. I'm talking about this top one. If we ignore the bottom one, we got over, under it, over it. Now retests into the area should be able to be bought. Now you see the first one does not work, and that's what Daniel was saying. Skip the first one, right? You can buy the retest, or the purple bar, and mine is like a green on here, or a diamond. I think the plan might have been diamond, so that becomes okay. Yep. And then the best, easiest one is this one. The second one, not this one. It's the same exact pattern, more or less, as, where was the other one? It's the same pattern. Oh, it's just in the same spot. So is this all lined up still? Yeah, it's all lining up in that. They're all lining up in the same place, more or less. That's interesting. There's another one right here that stacks on top of that. But you can see that this one saves the level. And so that one, so first signal, skip. Second signal, take. Third signal, take. Now if they fail to get under it, yeah, so I don't know what to do about it now that it's gotten 2 signals. That's what I don't know, is how many times does it work? We're going to find out. Okay. So look, here's a bunch of them, right? Triangle, 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 triangle. When they're like that, this one's probably going to work pretty well. So this is the very lowest, and this is the very last. We're going to use the very last first. Let's start with the very last one. Okay, first we're going to extend it, see where it goes. Extend, try. There we go. Okay, whoops. So again, it's here. I'll change the color to be the one that we're currently doing. We'll do green. All right, so for the green one, on here, I'll change this one to like red. We'll do it like that. Okay, so for the green one, under it, right? No save, so nothing to do. We're going to ignore these other ones for now. Notice it can't get over it, and instead they reject it. That's a scalp. Okay, so they got under it, came right back in. You don't take this. Do not reject the first one, right? But they came back into it, and it's already the second time, and they're rejecting. The third one, rejecting, right? It never got over it. But it looks like it's working still. All 3 of these still work as rejections. Okay. All right. Under, over, under. So now, coming back up into it and rejecting, not the first one, but the second or third one. So we didn't get a signal here, but I might have. And I'd usually skip that. And then this would be our second one, and that one pretty much failed. And then that would be your third one. And that one kind of worked. But the problem with these is that they're feeding right into these other 3-bar combos. They're feeding right into these other zones that we're ready to attack to the upside. Right? So that's the tricky part, is what happens when they start to stack like this. Do we use the newest ones? Do we use the oldest ones? And then once they're activated, like this one got above, below, and I think it got above earlier, right? No. So below, above, below. This is the first time that this one's really activated, and it's to the short side. So normally you would think this should work, but it doesn't because this other one, under, over, save, save, save. So it hasn't gotten under all of them. In fact, the only one it's gotten under is green. That's interesting. So has it gotten over all of them? Yes. Gotten over all three, right? They're all technically, if you assume that they're all technically valid, then to get the short to work, you may need to get under all of them. Otherwise, they're very small reactions. See that? So avoiding the first one's probably a good suggestion anyway, but if you can't get under all of them, it's possible that shorts just aren't going to work very well unless you are saving the level like this. In this case, this is a normal scalp where we save the zone, but then this one activates because this one's an active buy, because in that case it went over, under, over, and then first one's skipped, second one's good, or yeah, third one's good. And where does it get stuck? Right here, because this one's gone over, under. Oh, it already got over, under. And so you'd expect this one not to work. And if it was bearish, you'd get this one to work, and this one to work, and then this one would work. But in this case, this one didn't work. This one actually kind of did. But I believe this one didn't work because you ran into another active zone. And so what I don't know is once you get this second one, does it make this first one no longer useful? And that would be great if it did. We will see. Okay, find another one. Right there. Okay, extend. Drawing. Okay. We first get over it. We're right there. All right, the low is above its high. Then we can't get under it. And so that would be a very aggressive buy when they fail to get under it and hold. If there's trap shorts, you can probably buy it there. It becomes support immediately. But then the only other place to buy is if they save it down here, which they don't. And then some more come in. You got over, under it. Now the only time you could buy it again is if you got over it and then came back into it. And then you got to come back in the second time. So over. Here, let me delete this one because that one's newer. So the older one, you'd have to skip this one if you're skipping the first one. And then you take this one, which gives you a little scalp. Right? And then you'd think that this might work, and it doesn't. But by this point, you've got a new one. Over, under, over. So now, right, that's the first one. That's the second one. That's the one you want. So that still worked. And that works for 2 cycles. But it basically got replaced by another 3-bar combo. Did you save it ever? Here, you saved it there. Stick save. Kind of a stick save, but not perfect. So that one wasn't great. And this one came during open drive higher. So that might be why it works right away. Is it occurred during open drive higher. And so you get over it and it immediately becomes resistant support. But only once. Then you make a new one, get under that, and then you'd think that might make this a sell. So get under any of them is Is that possible? Get under any of them? Under? And then you get a rejection. No, that doesn't work because then that would be a rejection. I have to think about that. Because that would make this good. But the way I think you get this one is the same way as the other. You see this is down. You got under it. You came back in. This one the first time doesn't work, but the second time does. This is open drive higher, fast, impulsive. So the first one works without getting underneath it. Okay, so it definitely is market dependent. All right, so let's go and find another one. 4, 3. Oops, wrong 2. Let's stick with this. Okay, so there it is. Extend. I keep forgetting where it is. All right, extend drawing. All right, so bearish, put in, get under it, can't break through it. It's probably a short, right? Because there's bearish momentum. It's not flat, it's bearish. Under it, over it. If we can get under it again, then it can become resistance. We can't get under it again. We can't touch it again. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's interesting. Just ripped right through it. Okay, so let's try it over here. This one's kind of close by. Right there. Okay, see, this does not count as over because the low is inside. Oh, let me make sure I have that lined up right. Yeah, see, that low is inside, so that does not count as over. And this, so what it does count as is a save when this is aggressive. So if this guy is followed by an aggressive move and his low is lower than this one, that's a sell, right? It's like they tried to push up and they failed to, and the very next move is aggressive. That's a sell, I believe. And then you need to get, okay, under, right? So first rejection's here. But we never got over it. And that's all it does. And what happens over here? Rides right through it. So under, over, right? So now if we can come back in, not the first time, but the second time. First time we skip, second time we're good. And it goes. Cool. Okay, now that it's activated, you'd expect them to hold it, which they do. Here, we can get rid of this middle one. They hold that, and it never comes back to test. That worked perfectly. Okay, so what conditions was that one made? Highs. Right before the reversal. Okay. It basically was followed by a divergent bar. Divergence. Okay. Cool. Here's another one. These are better on a higher time frame than a lower time frame. Okay. Above. Gets above. All right. Now here they tried to get above and they failed, and that one did not work. So just because this one did doesn't mean they all will. It's still bullish, building momentum. There was no sign, there's no divergence, right? So you can't fight the trend with this, but if you've got another reason to be thinking short, that might be good enough. But here you try to get orthodox close, you can't, and then you get it here. So over. So the very, very most, if you thought it was still bullish, the very first test out of here would work. And so you got to recognize that either you're going to skip the first one all the time, or if there's a chance that this might, you've broken below an apex, and that's probably good enough. It's got to be a high or low. And maybe not a trap. Interesting. Broke that. Okay, so that's not good enough. Oops. Okay, over. They try to get under and they can't. Could be a scalp. Right? Over. Under. Right there. The high is underneath the bar. Over. Under. So we have to get... So this does not... That rejects. That might be good enough for a scalp. Now we want to get over it. Yep. And now, coming back into it, if it's bullish, the first time could be a rejection. And if it's not super bullish, the second time will be. So let's see. Is the second time going to work or not? Because the first time did. Oh, does it never come back? It never comes back. So I don't know. But when it's super bullish, the very first test works. Even if it's the very next bar. Okay. Okay. So, wow, there's so many in here. So this one is also one because this is range of 3 bars. So here, no orthodox close, no big bullish sideways, right? No orthodox close above. They immediately pull it back and then they save it. Above, if it's super bullish, that's going to take you going. That's going to get you going, right? But they get above, and then they need to get below it. Chapin's right there. Notice they reject it. You get a scalp. Below. Reject it. Get a scalp. Above. And now it should act as support. And it's not tested. Okay. All right. Then these two are basically the same as the one I just did, more or less. So it's all chop, 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 chop. You can see when you save it, it gives you a scalp up. When they reject it, it gives you a little scalp down. Can't get under it, can't get above it. They try to reject, it fails. Above, super bullish, aggressive buy here. Above, then you would need it to, yep, be stick saved, or else below, reject. Above, now it's support. Not tested. Oh, okay. And this is basically exactly the same. One, two, three, four. Nope. Four. Right there. Three bars, down, up, up, right? 3 triangles, 3 bars. Extend. Okay. It makes it here. It comes down. They try to close under it and they fail. That's a scalp. Right? As long as it's not super bearish. Notice they try to do it again and that doesn't work. Above. Below. Above. It should be support now. And notice the very first test does not work. Good to know. This test fails. Second one gets a scalp. They try to get under it and they fail to get under it. That's your primary buy. Boom. And doesn't touch it again. Okay, neat. That seems to work. Okay. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Okay. All right. that still has the low in contact. So if it would have fallen there, it's probably bearish. You get above it, right? Is it super bullish? No. So I'm probably not buying the first test. Second test rejects. Third test rejects. We just can't get under it. And so these guys just get trapped. And so once you've gotten up here, I bet. Well, first of all, I'd imagine that traps work really well in there. And then, yeah, see that? Traps inside the grayed area will work really well. If you trade under it and then come right back above it, that's the better trade. Okay, so over, let's see, wait. Over, bounce, under, they try to reject it, fails. Over, is it super bullish? Yes, so now bounce and run if it's super bullish. Otherwise, wait for the next pullback right there. Look at that. Okay. That's pretty neat. Especially with the purple bar before it, it seems. That helps quite a bit. So purple bars that come in contact with their edges seems to work. Okay, here's another one. So these are just little pivots. Under. Oh, yeah. And notice right when they made it, they rejected it immediately with the pink bar, orange bar, so that becomes a sell. Under, it can't get above it, so if there would have been aggression here, that's a sell. Under, over. Now, do we need to get it under again? Yeah. Under. Now it should be rejected, not on the first try, but the second try. First try fails. Ooh, second try fails. Pink bar, orange bar gets a scalp. Pink bar, orange bar right at the top gets a really good trap. The traps inside the shaded area work well. As long as it's not super bullish or bearish. Pink bar star gets a scalp. Trap, pink bar, orange bar. So all of those are now good to go. Once it's activated. Green bar, you can just scalp back and forth in there. Okay, above. Bounce. Purple bar underneath brings you back up. Pink bar on the top brings you back down. Aggressive brings you back up. Orange bar brings you back down. Yeah, once it's activated, it looks like it just kind of keeps working. Purple bar, green bar brings you back up. Pink bar star brings you back down. Purple bar, green bar brings you back up. Pink bar, orange bar brings you back down. Back and forth and back and forth. That's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. And then does it hand off to this one, or what happens here? Gets bullish. It becomes a retest on the very first try. Not bullish. Back inside. Orange bar brings you through. Purple bar is the only one that gets the orthodox close below. This one can fire back through. That one worked really well. Why did that one work so well? Let's see. What was going on over there when that happened? Okay, so when this one was formed, we were in balance. It was in the middle of the range. Can you hear my cat purring?
Ronan, you're so loud.
So it's neutral on the lower indicator, but primarily on the high side. And it's interesting because price action actually went lower, right? And they couldn't get it underneath the zero line. So when they finally do, it actually rips back up, and that's what started the range expansion. So it's a period of consolidation, maybe? Not sure why that one worked so well. Okay, so there's another one down here. We'll color it blue or something. And oh, and then we can extend it. Okay, so once again, purple bar followed by sign of aggression gets a move up. Sign of aggression at the bottom gets a move up, right? So the tilt should be bullish. You have that signal where you get underneath and then come back and arc on the neutral zone. And that works really well here. So that's interesting. I wonder if that works in particular when you're inside of one of these. That's interesting. I'm not actually sure if that's true. Well, this one technically did it too. Right there. Oh, it did. Outside, cross midpoint, come back to neutral, and roll. Outside, back to midpoint, come back to neutral, and roll. Maybe that is true. So when is it being built? It's being built. This one got built before the dip. Neutral, back, okay. And this one got built after the dip, right before the pullback. But in both of these cases, it's like the first move inside of where they try to get outside of the 3-bar combo. In both cases, that's the spot. That's interesting. Okay, so anyway, the bottoms of this become support, right? Up. It's pretty bullish. The first bounce works. Do you have any guess that would happen? No divergence, no trap. It got into the bullish area. Not sure how to know that one's ready, other than just thinking this is an impulse move. Okay, so we get over it. Go all the way to the bottom. It becomes support with a purple bar. That one was a 3-bar combo. Oh, it's a trap. So when you get the traps, they seem to work here. Okay. So we can't get under it, right? Yeah, can't get under it. So over. Now we're looking bullish. Over. Try to get under. Pink bar with a star. Probably goes up. Yep. Can't get under, so it's bullish. So the first test back in is probably a bounce. Let me get rid of this one because it's just a lot. But you can see how this one clearly was acting as resistance. But what if we didn't see that? Would we still be able to use this one as support? Yes. 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 Wow. Trap. Yes. This one was a trap also. Trap, trap. Wow, another one. Yes. Yes. Trap. This one fails. This one works. They started a new one. Over. Saves every time at like the midpoint. Gets over it completely. Forms a new one. Gets under. Hold on. Is it the gray or the blue? No, let's get rid of the gray one too. Just so I don't get confused. Even though it is valid, it's just over, under, over. Big impulse move. If it came back and tested, I'd say it'd be good. It doesn't. This is the orthodox close. So we'd have to come back in here and test. If it's not still super bullish, you would expect it to take 2 tries. That's try number 1 and it worked. Wow. So it has long enough. Oh, and look at that. It's also a trap, maybe. Oh, so close. So how would we know that that one's gonna work? Because holy cow. I'd like to know about this one. It was a really prominent support for a long time. Support. Gets under it. They reclaim it and leave the area. Come back, and that's the support that goes. Okay. Could be that simple. All right, let's find the next one. Like I said, it's a new idea that Simon shared, and I like it. You just got to know how to implement it. Okay, so here we have stacked. It's a little confusing that they're stacked on top of each other like that. Forms here. Pink bar star at the top is resistance for a scalp, right? But you fell back into this one, so really you want the support to be down here, not in the middle of the two. Yeah, so you stick with this support. This gets you under this one, and then you get over it. Oh, you don't. They failed to get over it. No aggressive signal to short. That's too bad. I might have had one on my screen. So under, can't get over, under, over. Okay, under, over, under. So if it comes up and rejects out of here twice, the second one might work. There's number one. We skip. That really helps. And, oh wait, we're doing this one. I'm wrong. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, test this. Fails. Right? We skip it. Aggressive bar number 2 comes right away. That one also fails, but the third one works. No, it doesn't. So when they're stacked, you may not want to do anything in the middle. Right? Like, that's, you could take this long. It's like it got under and then it's trying to reject and it's failing to go anywhere. So they're technically longs, but you're at the top of this other one, which we know can act as resistance. So it might make more sense is when they're stacked, just like imagine it's one big one. And so buy down here only until you get the bounce off of the top one. So it would be sell this. You could say, I'm not going to do anything in the middle. You could skip this one if you want, but sell the trap back in. And then maybe the traps work. Do the traps work? The traps kind of do work. Okay, that's definitely a sell. That's a trap and a pink bar, orange bar. Yeah. This actually puts a bar underneath too. So over, under. I think it already did over, under. So trap, under. You'd think it keeps selling. Over. Retest, run. There's the sell. At the top for a scalp. This one only goes to the midpoint. They fail to get over it, and they give you an aggressive sell here, a better sell there. This is a very aggressive buy that I probably wouldn't take. And then there's your sell right there. Yeah. Sell. Yeah, that's pretty neat actually. And sell the diamond. Star. Under. Over. Right? This one you probably don't sell because you got over it. Now you're looking for longs. It's really impulsive. You could probably buy this. Yeah. Sorry about the jet. So now you build a new one, but let's just avoid it for now and see if I can still use this other one. If it comes back. Right there. Look at that. They're scalps. That one fails to get over. Scalp lower. Fails to get under the whole thing. You could get higher or long. Over. Does it ever come back? Okay, so that's cool. So they definitely seem to interact when they stack like that. The middle becomes problematic and choppy. Okay. Right there. That's basically lined up, isn't it? That's basically exactly the same as the blue one. So we're going to skip that one. Except for the fact that by putting it there earlier, you probably got a scalp there, under, over, can't get under, buy. So you just got the notification a little early. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3. So it's pretty much this whole thing here. Okay. Over. Well, first of all, can't get under, purple bar, star, buy. Over. Right? So don't short it. Under, don't buy it. First rejection with momentum can be sold. Over, under. So over, under, back inside. It got all the way to the end, and then maybe the first one's okay anyway. Over, under, fails to go over, under. Now, most of these rejections you'd think would work, but we've got this other one supporting you, so there's really nowhere to go with these cells. The cells are working, but they're running into support. So what you want is you want to sell the top, of course. So these all end up stacking on top of each other. Let me just take this one off and see if we even need it. Maybe you just need the ones furthest away to get the bigger moves. So you don't want to buy that. That's hard. Once this one comes in underneath it, you no longer want to buy the low. That's hard. Now this one comes in here. So now do you not want to sell the high? Would you have to, well, that's very tricky. Under, over, under. Does it start to act as resistance? Right there. But it runs into support. Makes sense. Right there. Runs into support. So when they are like this, your best case scenario is just getting back to the bottom here. And that confirms that this is probably support. And so getting over this and then failing to get under this one, you can probably look at it one big thing. So now what I want is I want to break out over this and bounce off of it for support. Let's see if that happens. Nothing. So see, it's still being used as resistance, resistance, resistance. Oh, yeah. Over, under, resistance, resistance, resistance. Pink bar, orange bar, resistance. So just it opens up the playbook quite a bit and shows you which pink stars and orange bars to actually take. See, like this one looks pretty good. This one looks pretty good because it tried to get over it and failed. Oh, well, I guess this one is technically over it, but it's only a pink bar that's over it. But eventually this is going to fail to continue. Right there. So they can't get through it, can't get through it. This used to be support, this used to be resistance. Got the orthodox close above. And now the first, let's just think about it this way. The first one you skip. But if you can get a trap down in here, that is the answer. That is the way to go. Once it used to be resistance, and then you get over it, then if you set up a trap where you have a flag, an apex, well, see, this one's technically a trap too, off of this apex. And that one might get you 10 points, but then it fails and you have to take this one. So it's not foolproof, but skipping the first one's a really good idea. Get over it, get under it, get over it. Skip the first one, and then get them deeper in here is what you want, unless it's really bullish. then you can aggressively buy it. Okay, and then what happens over here? We make one above it. So now is it no longer resistance or no longer support? I mean, because we've got one above us. So this is resistance. Rips right through it. There's really nothing to do with that. And it's done. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going back. Thankfully, they don't show up that often. This one is probably lined up with the blue one. So we might not have to go very far, but let's see. Under, right? Over here. Tries to get under, can't. So right here, after you've gotten under it and over it, you don't want to be bullish yet, but when they can't get it underneath, right? Once you see that, if you get a trap on that, pretty sure that's a good trade. Right there. If that, oh, it didn't quite trap. But maybe even purple bar, green bar there is good enough. That's cool. And then this one trapped and it's already ready to go because this one got activated already. Wow. So this one was active, bullish. Even if you miss this, which was technically the second trade out of it after under, over, back, can't get out. Second one goes. Once you make this one, now it immediately works either as a trap or as a retest because it is bullish already. So this should continue to be support, I would guess. No, it becomes resistance for a minute. That's interesting. So once you've flipped, oh, there's another one here. I forgot about that. So they print another 3-bar combo that we deleted. Right there. And that means that this is no longer support. Okay, tricky. Yeah, now that middle one, so yeah, see these line up, the blue one and the pink one line up, so I'll take credit of that. But you can see that you've got 3 of them in a row here, with the oldest being the one in the middle. And that one you get over, under, over, under. The first one you'd skip. They don't give you an aggressive sign here. They get over it. Now it's bullish. Because it had a chance to be bearish and it flipped. So now this is bullish. Now I think you really want to get them down here though. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, when there's so many, it gets choppy. See that? It gets super choppy. But look how these do react. Pink bar, orange bar does get a sell. It just runs into the other one. Okay. Okay, that all makes sense. We've seen that before. Cool. Let's see if we can leave the area and find another one. Oh, there's one right here too. But that's just going to line up with this. So there was already one right there. That's interesting. And it couldn't be used as resistance there, and then it's resistance here. So they're not active right away. It takes, they need to mess with it first. Here's the most recent one of this zone up here. Okay, couldn't get over it. Pink bar, orange bar, sell. Under. They immediately reject because it's bearish. Right? It's bearish. By the time you make this and it rejects out of there, you can see that we're getting way under here. It's bearish. Okay, it comes back right through it, gets over. So it's gone under, over. Now to get the best signal, it's got to go under it again, which happens here. We want to come back up, and the second trigger is really the one we want. So there's number 1, and there's number 2. I'd prefer it up here, but oh, and it's when it's really bullish or when it's really bearish, which it is. You can probably take the first one. Does the second one then not work? Doesn't get up there. See, it takes forever. Yeah, see, then you got to be careful because now you got to basically reactivate it. So you got to get behind it or get a trap. Man, that's easy to mess up. And then once you've gotten this to work and you can't get above it, now all the aggressive signals out of it are going to be resistance. Resistance. See that? Eventually they stop working. And now you have to get above it to be resistance. Eventually that. Or does it stop working? You have a new one. Over the old one. So be careful. You made a new one. Yeah, it doesn't look like the old one really gets used anymore. Okay, so once you kind of overlap, it looks like you can get rid of them. So you want the more recent ones as long as they don't overlap with old ones. You can leave it on. So see, there's another one here. And immediately you get resistance, 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 right? It's obviously not bullish. And so when these start to form, those are just new resistances already. Get under it. Come back to it. It tries to get through. It can't. Pink bar, orange bar, sell. Right under it. Comes back up to it. Tries to get through it. It can't. Pink bar, star, sell. So the ones on the edges are powerful. Look at that. Pink bar, orange bar tries, and then it comes back up. Tries to break out of it. Can't. Orange bar, sell. Under, over. Okay, now that it's gotten over it, and it's bullish, these are buys. Buy. Okay. Right here, they try to get under it. Purple bar, green bar saves it. Doesn't get back to it. Right there, purple bar, green bar saves it. Wow. That is pretty freaking neat. It's hard to do in live because you have to really pay attention to like how many times you've been around and what the market read is. And the faster the market goes, the harder that would be. So this works primarily for slower markets. Above, they try to bounce out of it, but you know you're bearish, so you're not buying that. That's the hard part. You can't just buy every test. You've got to identify this is distribution. And so you're looking for the failures. And then comes down. Second failure works. Third failure. Oh, the trap definitely works. Trap works. Get over it. Get under it. This one works. Pink bar or star. And now you just overlapped with other ones, but you're going to have the same exact results with that. One, two, three. This one's actually good, but it's lined right up with that. This is actually a 3-bar combo. It's just, there's 4 bars, but they're in the range of 3 bars. So that's good enough. No, right away it's resistance. Can't break back into it. Do we get there? We don't. Can't get there. Okay. First time into it, it's not going to work. Under, right? Can't get over it. If this would have been aggressive, it would have been a sell. Well, this one's aggressive and it gets a little bit of something. Over it is here. Can't get under it. Purple bar, green bar can go. Can't get under it. Green bar might go. Okay, so it was under, over, under. Rejects. can't get over it, tries to reject, but it has this one above it, so you don't want to mess with the midpoint again. Okay, so now it can be support, I suppose. So there's so many in the way, it's just going to chop, huh? Chop, 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 because they're all on top of each other. See, yeah. And that's what gives us this really nasty choppiness, is that they're all overlapping. But you can see that when they try to save these, which happen a lot, basically this is why any purple bar, green bar practically works to lift it, because it's an edge of one of these. Wow. So that's interesting to think about. The more you have, the more likely you are setting up at an edge, and therefore the more likely they're going to turn it on those 2-bar combos. The question is where is it going to go? And the answer usually is to the next 3-bar combo, which might not be very far away. 1, 2, 3. Pretty sure. Oh, that one lines up with this one. Oh, we did that already. This is pretty much the same. It's just a little bit deeper. And that's lined up with this, right? I think it is. Yeah. So what happens if we use the first one and not the second one? Under, fails to go over, aggressive cell, very aggressive cell. Fails to go over, aggressive cell, definitely good aggressive cell, right? The top one, the location seems to matter more than whether or not it's early or late. Can't get over it, they're all cells. Under it, obviously. It's the highest one we've had more or less before the green one that happens after the impulse move. Can we test it? Right here. Okay, comes up to it, tries to reject, runs into this new one, right, and bounces. Pink bar, star, scalp. Orange bar, scalp. Now that we're up here, it's not working. It got over it. That's right. We don't want to short anymore. Once you get the orthodox closed, you don't want to short. So you don't take this one or this one. You take purple bar, green bar. Yeah, at the bottom. Under, right? So under, over, under. Now that should reject. Right here. It tries, it does, it does. Reject, reject, reject. So got over. It got back above. Oh, and it got back below. So now it should reject. Tries, but doesn't have a setup. Gets over. Gets under. Reject. No. No bearish signal. Yeah, they get so messy when there's so many of them that basically any of those signals in that area is going to work for something. 1, 2. This is probably a 3-bar combo. It's pretty much. Oh, we already did this. I already said that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I don't think this one ever interacts again, but let's just see. It's definitely not the highest of this drop either. Is there another one that's higher that's obvious? Right there. Just curious if it matters which one you use. It probably does. That's the highest one. So this one gets over. Oh, well, yeah, over, under, right? Rejects above, rejects below, rejects above, rejects. And so that's what starts that whole thing. You get under all of these, so the retest, since it's already bearish, retest can be sold if it's an aggressive sell. All those stars and orange bars are good examples of that. Okay, so that big chunk should all act as resistance when we come back to it. Which one will work, though? That's what I want to know. Is it going to, one at a time, break through each one? Where the hell did it go? What did I do? Hold on. Okay. Where are they? Oh, they're way up high. I don't think we made it. That's what happened. We didn't make it there yet. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I wonder what that will become. It's just 3 right on top of each other. And they all acted as resistance on the first touch up because it was so bearish there. Okay. And then that's another one, which is probably more or less the same. Let's just see. Does it line up exactly with one? Or not? No. Okay, so what if I use this one? Over, under, can't get over, bearish, can't get under, bullish, over, under, over, can't get under, bullish. You might short that, but it's not a trap or anything. So over, under, over, can't get over, can't get under, can't get under, bullish, over again, under, right here. So now if it comes back to it, the purple one should be resistance. Does that happen? Oh, it doesn't come back up there, does it? No. Okay, so I don't know. So that should be resistance up there. Four. On the higher time frames, the 4s on this time frame will work the same way on, because they're going to basically set up on the higher time frames. But this is the preferred method to use these little pivots. Okay, so here's one. All right, tries to get under, fails. That one actually, the trap works really well. This trap works really well. So over, can't get under, star, can't get over. Oh yeah, they did. Orange, pink. So over, can't get over, over, under, over. Now we need to get under it. There. Now it should be resistance on the second try. Oh, it got really bearish, so the first try. So that one is it. Yeah, you have to really be aware of how bearish it is, because once you get an impulse move, it's only one test. That does work. If it's slow, it's 2 tests. Does it never come back there? It doesn't. Okay. All right. 4, 3. Under. Tries to get over, fails. Extend. Fails with aggression, sell. Under again. Still bearish. Reject. Well, that's it. Okay. That's pretty easy. 1, 2, 3. So this is another one right on top of it. Tries to get over, fails, short, fails, short, short, fails, short. Right, now the tricky part is to know that you could still short this even though there's one up here. It's in the middle. But you have not gotten a test above, so I think that's why. That supersedes anything. If you can't get over them, it's just bearish. Okay, and there's another one here. I'm determined to figure out that you don't need all of these. There's got to be a way to filter out which ones are good and which ones aren't. Because look, there's another one here. There's just so many. And I realize they all technically work, but I want to know which ones are most important. So tries to get under, fails, over. Over. Under, both. Reject. Reject the middle. Reject the middle. Reject the big one. That's what makes this so good. They all work, but the really furthest one produces the best short. That makes sense. Notice we can't get above all of them anymore. Any of them anymore, so you don't buy the lows. Okay. That's easy enough. That's easy enough. It's possible that you do kind of need all of them, or at least the outside ones. And you could probably survive with the ones far enough away that you could actually trade it here. This one. Hold on, let me just check something here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what this does. Okay. Over. It's bullish. The very first pullback gets bought. You can't get under it, so you can keep buying it. This one, you'd have to somehow catch on that you shouldn't buy that. Does the trap work? Because I think it should. Oh, not the first time. The second time. How would you know not to take this? How would you know? I mean, I guess it's okay if you wouldn't. Maybe you just had to try it twice. This one works. The second one doesn't. The third one does. The fourth one does. We can't get under it. It's obviously not resistance. That doesn't reach it. That sucks. Can't get under it. Bullish. 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 All of these, it's C bullish. So all the traps down here are good. Okay. That's helpful. But once you've cleared it, now a trap down here, not so good, because now it's resistance. Gotten under it, now it's resistance, especially if you came down with momentum, because then the first test is probably gonna cause it to go lower. Does the second one not work? Nope. Sometimes the second one works too. And then does it ever come back up there? Because that's looks closer than the other ones. Looks like that's a no. That's cool though. Okay. This is pretty much the same spot. Like, see all of this, like there's so many of them in here. This is the first one. Right? And then there's another 1, 2, 3 right there. These line up almost perfectly. This one, can't get under it. Purple bar, star, go. Star, go. Right? Over it, bounce, bounce. Can't get back to it. Obviously, this is support. Support. And then why not this one? Same problem as before, where you've got so many of them here that they become resistance. But how would you know? Just because it gets so... I guess once you get the impulse move and the range expansion, you just got to be careful with traps. Wait till they fail to take it under it, and then you can get one. So that's why this trap works. Well, but here you could have taken this one first. But the reason this one works is because you got a purple bar underneath this, and then a bounce. So it's purple bars below it, even with some momentum, tend to get bought up. All right. Now you get under it, and even if you skipped this, you could reject with a star, and man, none of those quite reach. So what's up with that? Is there another one right under there that I've deleted? Why don't I catch all those? Is there one slightly lower than this? Oh, that's not even a 3-bar combo. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, no wonder. So I was wrong about that whole thing. So this is really the only one that matters because it comes back to here. It's the same one as that. See, that's basically the same. So we're going to leave that one off. Is there another one over here? Way back here. And here. So when they stack, and see this one is pretty much the same, I bet. Lots of overlap, right? So we have lots of overlap. The first one rejects under its resistance. This one can't get under support, resistance. I mean, yeah, support, gets over. So that's over, under. You need to get out, under it again, or by when they can't get under it. So that. Now it's support because you can't get under it. Okay, leave for a long time. Leave the area. Leave the area. When you come back in and they try to save it, you get a scalp there, scalp there. They get under it, retrace with a lot of momentum, retrace. That becomes a sell. You'd think they'd try to save this. They didn't. Sorry it's so noisy, guys. So this one did not reach it, so that's not a buy. That star did. You could probably try that. That's purple bar star. That's better. Star up. That's good. And see, they try to sell this, but you can see that you've got all this space here. So I don't know if you want to take this one because the better trade is probably the star that brings you back up. Yep, and then reject, reject. Again, you're leaving these guys behind. And then these all get overlapping. So that whole area just becomes chop. Because there's so many overlapping levels that it's just chop, 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 chop. So that's the challenge, really, of doing it this way. Now let's try to filter. We'll try one more thing. What if I filter out the ones and I only use them if they also made a big turn on the indicator? Maybe something like that might be better. So let's check. Let's check. So let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay. So I've got a lot of them marked already. I deleted some of them, but so here we have the first one, like a vertical line. So the first one is built here. Neutral. Next one. Neutral. Now this one came during a period of neutral. This one got underneath and came back to neutral. It's probably going to be pretty rare to get them on the dip. But I wonder if this one might be better. You can see we got up in there. Like that one, that move looks good. And here's another one. Bottom of neutral. Okay, so neutral gets way under, prints the level, gets way over, and then prints this one down here. So is between these three, is the middle one the better one? Definitely works here. You got a little scalp off the purple one. Not much off the bottom. So of these three, is the middle one the better one? That one, I'd say yes. Yes. Under, reject. Over. It does not act as support. Oh yeah, it does. It get, if you see, it's just hard to see because there's so many of them. But it's right here. See if I get rid of this one. On that one. It might not be like perfect, but you can see that you're getting reactions for sure. And then you got this out of there too. Okay, so let's go through and let's see it. So I said it was, the reason I kept it was, again, it was formed away from the midpoint. This one was formed, I guess, a little bit away from the midpoint too. This one was formed right at the midpoint. Okay, so I'll save this one too. We'll say okay. I think I deleted some from over here, but all the way up, all the way up. This one would be no, midpoint. What about this one? Midpoint. Okay. So don't keep that. Sure, I'm missing some. So we'll skip all that for now. What about this one? At the bottom. So keep that one. Okay, and that does seem to work. One, two, three. What about this one? Away from the midpoint. So now we'd have overlapping. Let's do it like that so we can see them. This one's well off the midpoint. This one was actually kind of similar. So let's see if those both work. Yep. Okay. What about this one? Away from the midpoint, more or less. I mean, it was coming off of this bounce, so let's say keep it. And then this one's definitely away from the midpoint. So do these two work pretty well? Yes. 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 I'd say yeah. Okay, what about this one? Back towards the midpoint. More or less. So for now, let's delete this. And say maybe we don't need that one. What about this one? Produced near the midpoint. Let's get rid of that one, see if that's okay. So these ones, over, under, can't get over, reject, under, can't get over, reject, 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 reject. Those are good. Okay, we said to keep these. Can't get under, reject. Okay, there's another one that's newer, but it's at the midpoint. So let's delete that. We've already got one there anyway. This seems to be working well. Every time they fail to get over, you can sell. Fail to get under, buy. That's clearly the zone. Fail to get under, buy. Nothing, nothing, nothing for... Okay, these come back again. Failed to get over by. Or I mean, failed to get over cell. Failed to get under purple bar, star, star, star. So those are good. Here's another one. Top of the indicator. So does that work? Over, under, over, by. Yep. By. Okay, what about this one? Forms at the midpoint. So let's get rid of that one. Yep, that's good. Okay, there's two more here. This one forms as it's rising, and this one's forms kind of similarly. So both of these are basically lined up anyway. But for now, let's get rid of these and see if that's okay. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So under, now reject, I suppose. Okay, this one. Midpoint. So let's just, for now, get rid of it. I know it seems to be working. And I may want it back. But let's just, there's only one way to do this, and that's to test it out. This one, midpoint. Get rid of it. So you just have none here. They're probably better than nothing. But I'm wondering if you have more than one. If either the midpoints or the ones that are away from the midpoint might work better. This one seems to be at a midpoint, so most of them aren't forming at midpoints. Away from the midpoint. And midpoint. So let's see what happens if I get rid of this one and get rid of this one. Lower, 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 lower. Okay, what about this one? Away from the midpoint. And this one. More like midpoint, I think. So this one probably of the three is the least valuable. And I'd agree that so far does not look as useful. And that one's clearly one I want to keep. Okay. Midpoint. I thought I liked that one, but let's just take it out for now and see if that's still useful. You missed that. There may be more I'm missing that I deleted because they overlapped. But see, you get this. You get this. So it's like any of them are better than nothing, but maybe when you have choices, when there's like so many. What about this? Midpoint, so don't shift it. Yeah, and then you get this. But you miss this one. Oh, wait. This is a midpoint. I mean, this is not at a midpoint. So you get it right there. Okay, nothing really to do there. What about these two? Between the two. Yeah, see, this one's way on top. So now, I wonder if I can just, see, this one's so good, but it's old. So I wonder which one of those becomes better. These seem to be working well. Way away from the midpoint. Midpoint. So let's get rid of the green one. What I don't know is why would I need both of these? See, it just gets choppy in here. I don't think I need the gray one. So if you have a choice, get the one furthest away from the midpoint, which in this case is brown. It's also, purple. Yeah, purple. So it's also the newest. Far away from the midpoint. That one should be good. And then those work. See, and then you just have a few levels to watch rather than the whole thing being shaded. Bounce, bounce, bounce after you can't get under it. See how it's like, and then rejects, rejects. This one forms right here. And that's not really near the midpoint either, but it's close to this one. So I'm not totally sure what to do about that. I know they can stack up. But this old one seems to still be important. On the other hand, if I didn't have it, this still works. Maybe you can just do the newest ones. Might be as easy as that. Just like when they start to overlap, just get rid of the old ones. I don't know. Anyway, this got pretty long. I just kind of got a little bit curious. I will turn this off and go. I got other things to do today, but wanted to dig into that a little bit. Now at least I've got it recorded, so if I want to come back and check it out. Oh wait, here, what about these? Midpoint. Midpoint. See, maybe I don't need this one. Does that not add much? Yeah, see, when they're in the midpoint, it's not that they're useless, but they might just be kind of confusing. So I'm going to try it. I'm going to see if I can try it with just the ones that aren't at the midpoint. Since I know having this indicator out at the edges usually produces good trading locations anyway, and see if I can use this system. Simon's using it and he likes it, so I'll see. I'll let you guys know.